Absolute trash. Mr. Producer, where is my face? Where is the beautiful captain's mug? There it is! Ahoy! Hello, welcome aboard. I am Captain Garrett of the channel Swords and Starships, and you are watching The Captain's Cast. Live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and if you are here, I know that you will, because you are on the cutting edge of entertainment nerd culture. If you are here, actual nerd culture, not nerd face, not a bunch of jocks who stole all of our IPs and stuffed us in the locker and are now running around wearing nerd face and saying, it's cool to be a nerd. No, this is a real nerd channel. We talk about shit like electric theory. We talk about stuff like the magnetic constrictors on the warp core and a Klingon D7 and how that stacks up against Kirk's Enterprise, which is technically a cruiser and below class to fight that. I don't know, maybe. I need to consult my technical man. Kill the music, Mr. Producer. Kill the music. And to take it off loop, for the love of God. Take everything off loop. It's always on loop when I don't want it on loop. It's so weird. I have lots to talk. There's lots in the stack of stuff. Gina Carano, shots fired at Disney. We're going to talk about that. Bob Iger just threw all of his people right under the bus on the earnings call. So the way I hear it, he stepped into the earnings call to explain all the things that were going well, which is like this much. And then as soon as that was done, he said, and I'll let my goons take over and explain all the shit that I've ruined. That's their fault, by the way. He's like a bad guy in a movie. It's like, I'm surrounded by idiots. All I asked for was frickin' sharks with frickin' lasers on their heads. Is that so much to ask for? Incompetent boobs. That's basically Bob Iger. So we're going to talk about that. I have lots of videos. I had a bit of a cough last night, so I'm like, I'm going to rely heavily on videos this Captain's Cast in case the captain's voice is a little bit tired from bellowing. The captain can bellow with the best, but I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty spry, you know? But I just thought, is there something else I could tap into? And I stumbled across Halo Season 2 on Paramount Plus. And if you've been watching this, you know how much I hate this show. I stumbled across, on Rotten Tomatoes, it has a score of, was it like in the 90s? It was like in the 90s, this show, from the critics. The critic score of Halo is in the 90s. This is Season 2 I'm talking about. 94%! BS! Like, BS! I don't believe that for a second! I don't believe that for a second. They're lying. But it's okay, so I see, 94% Halo Season 2 on Paramount Plus. But then I said, well, what's the audience score? Audience score, 79%. So, why do I do this? There's this character in the First Law trilogy of novels by Joseph Abercrombie who is a crippled torturer, an Inquisition torturer with a lisp, and because all of his teeth were pulled out when he was tortured himself, and he tortures people for confessions. He's this kind of odious character. He's like my favorite character in this whole book series, and his name is Glocta. And while he's doing terrible things on behalf of the state, torturing false confessions out of people, all this stuff, he's devastatingly good at this, but internally he's always asking himself, why do I do this? Why do I do this? And he doesn't know. He truly doesn't know why he does the things he does. Which, Stormcrow, if you're out there, that's that's great character work. When characters have layers like we talked about, they have the conscious layer, but then they have the subconscious layers. You get characters like that are that good. Because on the subconscious level, there's reasons Glocta does what he does, but he doesn't know what they are because he only knows why. On the conscious level, he just kind of knows he's curious, and he just has to have something to do with his life, his miserable, awful life. He can't quite work out. Anyway. So this is the question that was on the captain's mind while I'm watching Halo 2 Halo Season 2, Episode 1. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking, why do I do this? Why do I do this? I know that every one of these is going to be like this. I know that every single one of these is going to be like this. Folks, I'm going to tell you something. The people writing this shit, these are either women or very weak men that are writing these characters in Halo and Star Trek and Star Wars, all these Doctor Who, all these modern properties that are garbage. It's like they're all the same. This is the thing about it, like the diversity crowd. It's incredible to me how every single thing they create sounds the same, looks the same. Even the intros are the same. The music is like royalty-free music, that you could get and you just copy paste it onto every one of these series. It's the same themes. Nothing seems new. Nothing seems fresh. I talk about the circular dialogue in Ahsoka, dude, or in Secret Invasion. This show is just like that stuff. It is just like it. It's unbelievable. There's a couple of action scenes that are kind of cool. But again, it's glossy garbage. It's he Vadered. You could literally do the same thing with this Halo show. You see Master Chief like shoot a couple of the, what the hell are they? I don't know their actual names because in the game they never call them by their names, and I only really follow the lore in the games because the lore in the games is great. But there's a whole novel series. But anyway, the tall aliens with the swords, right? The elites. That's what they call them in the game. They're the elites. He kills a couple elites with a shot to the head, and I'm thinking, well, that looked cool, and there's some good choreography in the show. Unfortunately, that's about on the level for me of Anakin, just vadering. I'm like, and if I were a stupid shill, I'd be like, oh, this is the Halo I always wanted. I always wanted to see this. But you know what we actually see? Dude, I had to take a picture because I went Google searching. The captain went a Google searching. I just went a Google searching. And what was I looking for? I was looking for Paul Schreiber, who plays the titular character. Well, no, it's not Halo's not a character in the show. It's he plays Master Chief. He plays Master Chief in this show. And I have a better name for him. It's called Buttface. Folks, Buttface. That's his name. That's his name. Look at this. This is your Master Chief, okay? This is seriously like if Henry Cavill is like one end of the spectrum of attractiveness in maleness. This is like the other, like this is the anti-Henry Cavill right here. This man, listen, no disrespect. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. I've been told I have a face for radio, okay? So this is not me. Let's just be real here for a second, okay? I could not find a Google image that was doing it justice because I'm watching this episode and I'm like, listen, there is a place for unfortunate looking men, okay? There is a place for them in TV shows and I'm not denying that. But how can I explain this? He's the Rose Tico of male characters, this guy. This guy as this character is like Rose Tico. He's like presented to us as you're supposed to like him. He's so heroic. He's so grizzled. He's seen so many wars and he's so broken by all the terrible things they've done to him. Oh, it's all the humanity. All the humanity. I'm like, this character sucks. He's a butt face. He's ugly. I don't like him. He's emotional. He's fucking crying every 5 minutes in this show. It's pathetic. It's like, and I'm thinking to myself, dude, these are losers. These are weak people that write these characters. Because I'm going to tell you, every minute of this show is people bitching about their childhood trauma. Like, literally. Like, literally. And I'm thinking, dude, the Halo trilogy of games has one of the most... Oh, God, is Buttface still on the screen? I'm sorry, chat. I apologize. That was my bad. It's one of the most deep and brilliant lores in video game storytelling I've ever seen. I love the Halo trilogy of games. I even like some of the Halo 4 stuff, although it gets a little off the rails with the Forerunners. However, when I watch the show, even the parts of the lore that come from the video games, they somehow manage to make it dull and uninteresting. So we'll talk some more about that. Ahoy Redoubt Productions is in the chat. Good afternoon. We'll join the chat fully in a few hours. Unsure how far the lawsuit will get. That would be the Gina Carano lawsuit, and we're going to talk about that. But its timing was just too sweet, and you're right about that, Redoubt. By the way, check out Redoubt Productions channel. Yours truly, Captain Garrett, I was on his channel last Sunday night, right after the Captain's Cast, and we had just a barn burner of a time. We chewed the fat about American history. American history. It was glorious. Redoubt is a true historian. It's pretty awesome, actually. Check out his channel. And by the way, that's being a nerd. That's real nerd stuff. Like when you're literally talking about the little known things in history that nobody cares about, that's being a nerd. When you spend 8 hours a day looking through a microscope staring at the wings on a fruit fly because you find its mating cycles fascinating, that's being a nerd. When you argue vehemently and almost destroy entire friendships over arcane exceptions to the rules in a Dungeons & Dragons D20 roll, that's being a nerd. Okay? When your best buddy has to explain to you how to shave and use deodorant on a regular basis, that's being a nerd. Not this looky-loo, oh, he Vadered, he has a red lightsaber. I'm going to dress up as Ahsoka. I'm going to carry a baby Grogu with me everywhere I go. I have a baby Grogu keychain. That's not being a nerd, okay? I'm not gatekeeping. This is not gatekeeping. If you want to be a smelly nerd, man, female, male, female, whatever, you're welcome to it. Especially the ladies. The ladies are more welcome than anyone into the nerd community. But I'm just being real with you. If you may not be a nerd if, is kind of where I'm going with this, right? You may not be a nerd if. All right. Tom says, ahoy. Hello, hail, Redoubt. Hello, all. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Hail, everyone. Tom says, 07. I don't know what that means. Starfield, up the First Amendment. What does that mean, Starfield? You Brits, the Brits are after our First Amendment, folks. What's happening? Starfield, up the First Amendment. I don't know. It must be a typo. Okay, Fu Man Blue says the Fury of Stars is in the house. You better believe it. That's the master gunner on the ship, and that's for a reason. Hail, Tom, says Fu Man Blue. Fu Man Blue says testosterone is toxic and problematic. And as long as that's true, we won't get a man written like a man. I'll tell you though, Fu Man Blue, that's all true. And I totally agree with that. I mean, I guess it's a bit ad nauseum that we've gone over this at this point, but our modern society, I mean, it really does illustrate for me that we have lost the art of manliness in our society. It's just like that psychology babe that was on Star Wars Theories channel was saying. She went to this conference and she was giving this speech and she couldn't believe it. She's seeing all these young men and they're, you know, like they're 18, 19, 20s. And she's like, they look like girls. She's like, they're all so soft and they're all so like, oh, you know, just awkward, socially awkward. And it's like, they don't, you know, she's like, where are all the men? Where have they all gone? And it's like, dude, our military is being demasculinized, like masculinized, and, you know, by the same crowd that's starting all the fucking wars. You people are starting new wars, and you're demasculinizing our military. These are idiots at work, folks. And I'm just saying, like, the same crowd that is transitioning our military is also writing shit like Halo. And it shows because literally, like, even the strong female whammons in the show are dumb characters. These are stupid characters. They are written by stupid people. And this is the other thing. I talked about how a good writer is able to write a character that's more intelligent than they are. This is true. I guarantee you, most of my characters are better at pretty much everything than I am. Now, how's that possible? Well, you could say in a strictly technical sense, well, it's just because you're just making stuff up and you can make up whatever you want. But I'm talking about good writing, and good writing has to convince people. People are only convinced when they're kind of surprised by something. So in other words, you have to be at least equal to the intelligence of your reader in order to impress them. Kind of get where I'm going with this? So if you are a reader, like Glocta, the character Glocta I just mentioned, this character is brilliant. he blows me away by how brilliant he is. He is definitely even more brilliant than the author, Joe Abercrombie. I have no doubt of this. How is that possible, right? Well, it's a mystery of the universe. And I'm not going to get into it unless you want me to. But my point is, if these characters in Halo 2 are this dumb, how much dumber, how much stupider do the people writing these characters have to be? It's fascinating, folks. It's fascinating to ponder. I'm like, because okay. I don't know. I want to get through the chat and maybe I'll jump into Halo. But just one quick example, okay? There is really, the opening scene of the show, the opening set piece of the show is an absolute clusterfrack. It's a clusterfrack. It's like, how do I even describe this? You have succinctly is really what I'm at, because I could describe it to you, but how do I do this very succinctly because it's such a mess? It's so there's two Spartans that are on a hill. They're on like a spotting sniper position. Then you've got Master Chief, and he's kind of overlooking a settlement on a town. By the way, what is it with modern sci-fi writers writing a colony, a world, and it's one town with 20 people in it? Every time, it's like, we have to save this planet. It's one town. There's 20 villagers. What are you talking about, planet? It's like every single one of these is like this. So anyway, the whole town, the whole planet, which is one little tiny itty-bitty village with 20 people in it, is kicking up a fuss. Now, this is all stuff I had to figure out after watching 15 minutes of this by sort of like backtracking mentally to like, okay, what? I'm piecing this together in reverse, right? Because none of this is clear in the beginning. What are they looking at? I don't know. Then we cut to a captain who's in this town, and he's arguing with some villagers. And of course, there is a strong female old whammon who is lecturing him about how evil and warlike he is. And of course, he has a British accent and is being as mustache-twirling, toxic white male as you can possibly be, because he just doesn't give a shit at all about people. We're going to evacuate you, and if you don't evacuate, we're going to gun you down. And it's like, does he make any effort to explain the situation to them or to the audience? No. And I'm like, what's the mission? What is the mission here? It's not clear at all. And so then this argument ensues. Master Chief runs to this settlement, and he says, what seems to be the problem here? And I'm like, oh, thank God. Finally, someone who's not absolute shit for brains is in the situation, is going to resolve it. Because this guy is literally going to get a bunch of civilians gunned down. Also, because he wants to relocate them from the planet. Why? Still don't know yet. Master Chief shows up and says, what seems to be the problem here? And he's and the guy, the captain, I'm kind of expecting at this point, the captain's going to explain, well, we have orders to insert plot point. Okay, that's helpful. Insert brief exposition of what's happening and why we're here. And Master Chief, you see, these people won't comply. Then Master Chief can interject and say, listen, ma'am, I know this is painful, but because of X reason, I'm saying X reason because the show hasn't revealed it at this point. Because of X reason, we need you to comply. We know this is your land and blah, 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 or something. Just it could be that's a save the cat moment for Master Chief right there. That's what a save the cat moment is. Right there. There's your opportunity. Instead, the captain doesn't explain it and walks away. He walks away. I'm like, what? He just, Master Chief's here. So he fracks off. Okay. And then Master Chief says, what seems to be the problem? And there is a bunch of philosophical gobbledygook that means nothing. Circular dialogue, just like Ahsoka. She's like, I see in you a lack of faith, she says to Master Chief. And he says, I see that you are a woman of faith. Okay. Okay. So, and then she says, you have darkness in your future, or some bullshit like that. And he kind of just listens to her, and then he gets something on the comm from the idiots that are on the hill spotting him from like 2 miles away. What are they doing there? Why are they there? What are they looking out for? I don't know. There's even a dumb line where the sniper babe is looking at, I saw a flicker. Call it in. And her partner says, call in a flicker? what? What is this? So then they cut back to Master Chief, we got a problem here. What's the problem? I don't know. But then they say, we need you back, Master Chief. Okay, he fucks off. He just goes back. And I'm like, you haven't resolved the issue with the villagers yet. Also, what is the issue with the villagers? Also, what is it you need them to do? I don't know. I'm like, oh my God, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 goddamn minutes, and I can't even make sense of any of this. Okay. Now, after 20 minutes of this garbage, and believe me, I could go on, but it's the top of the show, and we gotta, keep some of our powder dry here, because the chat's popping off, and I need to get to it. But I sort of reverse engineered what was happening in this after watching 20 awful minutes that I would have turned off. But because I was like, I'm going to do one episode, one review. If it's garbage, if it's good, I'll admit it. If it's good, I'll be like, you know what? The captain has to admit they stepped up their game. But anyway, I reverse engineered it. So here's the deal. The Covenant are there. They are at the planet. This was not mentioned in 10 full minutes of this scene, by the way. Not once. You didn't even see a ship. Not even mentioned. The Covenant is there. They are about to glass the planet. They are going to nuke the planet. The UNSC Marines, again, not established in the first 10 minutes. The UNSC Marines have been ordered to evacuate the civilians. That seems reasonable to me. That seems in other words, the villagers are not standing in the way of a greater objective. Like, we need you off this land so we can, get objective, and you're collateral, you're in the way. That's what I assumed, because the guy's being a dick to him. So I'm like, they just must be in the way. No, they were the objective. The objective was to save the villagers. The villagers do not want to relocate. Because why? Reasons. And also because the last time they got relocated, the last planet they were removed from, which was glassed and destroyed, was a beautiful, idyllic world. This new world sucks. It's desolate. It's icky. They don't like it. We're not falling for that garbage again. Never mind the fact that, well, okay, but your last planet was glassed by aliens. Like, that's not the UNSC's fault, dumbass. But she's a wise, spiritual woman, and she sees farther than you can see. Okay, so they're there to evacuate. The lady is a spiritual leader of the community who believes that the UNSC is a bunch of propagandistic tools, and they are lying to her. Why doesn't the captain simply explain to her that this planet is going to be glassed and your people are going to die? Why is that never a spoken line? He never says it. He's just an arrogant dickhead to her and says, if you don't comply with this evacuation to save your lives, we will gun you down. What? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So okay, but here's the best part, folks. She refuses. Neither the captain nor Master Chief resolves the situation, and she just stands there. She just mills about in the town with a smug SJW smile on her face, like, I won this one. And I'm thinking, okay, so she thinks that this isn't a real threat. There aren't really Covenant out there. They're going to be fine. They can defend their own homes. Okay, granted. Well, then the Covenant start glassing the planet in, I will admit, visually a very haunting and beautiful scene. There's like all these beams of again, the games did this. So all they're doing is ripping off the games. The games did this, but the idiots that wrote this did not. But they put something from the games in. So they're glassing the planet. What does the spiritual leader do? She smiles with her followers while the rest of the planet's being evacuated. Again, she doesn't try to stop the evacuation even after making a big stink about it. What? And then she just walks into the plasma and happily dies. So the whole scene, she just contradicted the whole thing she was arguing for in the first 10 minutes. I'm like, so in other words, she knew she was going to die, and she was saying, I want to stay here and die, but without saying that. So dude, folks, these are stupid people that write this shit. These, Paul Schreiber, as I call him, buttface, this man is stupid. This is a stupid man. He sits there and says, well, if you don't like that I take off my helmet on the show, you just don't understand the brilliant thing we're doing. It's like, you don't understand our show and you don't like it. No, I don't, sir. I don't, sir. This is pathetic. This is disgusting. This show is an affront. You have nothing to offer us fans. You have absolutely nothing. Does that response satisfy you, Fu Man Blue? And zero watching. Oh, okay. Good. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks for reporting the data. Sip of coffee for the working captain. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? I don't know. I just don't even know anymore. Melodic Method. Oh, wow. I'm barely late. What up, Captain in chat? Stormcrow. Captain Garrett, howdy, howdy. Hope you're doing all right, sir. I am. Thank you, sir. Had a blast last night in my Dark Augment session. We laughed too hard. Well, it's probably 10 times the story of the... By the way, Erigmar, if you're out there, I get... Valen... Here it is. I still have it on my desk. Valen is 10 times the character. This is by Black Knight, by the way, a fan of the channel. Well, an audience member. I will let him speak for himself. But... this character of Valen is 10 times the man that Buttface is on Halo. So there you go. And the other thing too, though, by the way, I am not saying that like some kind of like Ryan Gosling or something has to play Master Chief. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. It's the weird thing is I get the sense that they want his helmet off in this show because like Rose Tico, they think this character's so stunning and so wonderful. And you have to see all the raw emotion in his face when he's crying about his childhood. And it's like, but he's not that. Like, now, if he took the helmet off and he was this gray, like creases in his skin, just almost like a Josh Brolin, just grizzled looking. Or like a Clancy Brown, just a grizzled, crispy old warrior, and then it's because he's been ground down through like years of war. Now that's a different story. That I would be on board with. That actually would be kind of cool. Big, whoa, he's old. That's interesting. He's the oldest Spartan. Wouldn't that be interesting? Not with this crowd, folks. That's not going to happen. The Ultimate Kahuna. What are you doing here? It's good to see you with a $1.99 super chat. Why, thank you, good sir. In fact, where are my manners? There it is. Yes, you're a legend, man. All hail the Iron Age. Woo. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you. Indeed. And yes, and I am an Iron Age creator. By the way, if you want to read my writing and tear it all to shreds on your channel, you're welcome to do that. In fact, the thing is, like, if I made a show like this and all the fans were going nuts, just like, this is terrible, this is awful, yes, that would hurt. I'm human, okay? That would hurt. But, honest to God, if I were... What's a good example of this I can think of? I'm trying to think of, like, one of the recent ones. It's hard to find because, like, most of these dumb Hollywood actors are like, well, screw you, chuds. But, like, sometimes you get one that seems well-meaning... and they're genuinely surprised that the fans did not like what they did. I can't think of one. But let's just say it's like a movie like Indiana Jones or something, and I directed it. We're just fantasizing here. And I directed it, and it was a bomb. And the fans were like, this was terrible. You screwed everything up. You know what? This is actually probably close. Director X, okay? Director X. This is actually a good example. He makes this Robin Hood show, and it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. It's hilariously bad. It's like Tommy Wiseau's The Room. It's that bad. And he's getting memed. But it turns out the guy, oddly, seems to be very aware of the geeks and gamers and Friday Night Tights and basically the YouTube sphere that speaks the truth about this. The non-shill YouTube sphere. And he says, I'm a nerd. I like Robin Hood. I wanted to make a cool Robin Hood story. It's like, okay, fine. Then stop the racism crap and like just own it, man. Just own it. You made a stinker. Own that. That's what you should do. And if I were him, what I would do, he's kind of already burned that bridge, but he did have an in because, Az offered him, like, I'll talk to you offline and we'll see. It's like, I would do that. I'd be like, you know what? Listen, okay, I stepped in it. This was a dumb show. It was a dumb idea. Let me come on Friday Night Tights. I want to hear you out. I want to share my perspective, but my goal would be mostly I want to listen. I want to listen and hear where did we go wrong? Because I thought this was a great idea. I thought this was going to really work. I thought people would love it. It would move them. Instead, people are upset. They feel like it betrayed the character, whatever it is, right? That's what I would do. But see, most people in that situation, I think, are very arrogant. They're very arrogant and entitled. So in any case, that's a long way of saying I put my money where my mouth is. So my work is out there. Blood and Oak, Amazon.com. Let's see. Master Cheeks. Melodic Method says Master Cheeks needs to get naked to fix the... No! I don't want... Nobody wants to see that. Oh my God. If his face looks like an ass, I can only imagine. That's a weird thing to say, actually. That's kind of weird. Anyway, moving on. This is live on the internet, folks. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I have to catch up on that. Missed the context there. The ultimate kahuna. For what fucking reason? That's an expensive operation. The Covenant wouldn't do that for no reason. Well, so the writers are idiots. They're just idiots, right? But in the games, that was the story. That, like, for 27 years, the Covenant were glassing every single human world because it was a campaign of, mass deletion. I'm not going to say the G word because I don't know the rules on YouTube, but mass deletion. That was mass deletion of humanity. The goal was the extermination of all humanity, right? So that, and it was a religious war. It was a religious belief that was driving them to do that. However, so they would use the resources, but this show is so dumb in how they present it because they like, for example, there's this debriefing scene and it's like, these are people that don't know dick about military structure. They don't know any. They're like the Star Trek Discovery writers. They write idiot children struggling with trauma. That's basically what they write. Every single character is this exact thing. Somebody struggling with their trauma. Okay. So they're in this debriefing and they're explaining we can't tell the public about all of the colonies that are being destroyed on the outer rim or whatever. And we're going to keep this quiet. Well, you have to tell the people, sir. We have to tell the people that the Covenant are coming. And he's like, no, we don't. We don't have to tell them. We're taking care of it. What? And it's like you're on a need-to-know basis. And I'm thinking, now, there is a skillful way to do this. There is a skillful way to have people in command appear to know what they're doing, but they're keeping details close to their vest. There is a way to do that, but this show does it terribly because it's like the Admiral Holdo thing. Just shut your mouth and just do what we tell you. Okay, well, that's not going to work for long on the rank and file. It truly won't. People who don't understand military structure think this way. They think that people in charge can get away with just saying whatever they want to the lower ranks. It's like, that's not how it works. The minute that the lower ranks loses total faith in a commanding officer, chain of command starts to break down. So basically, it might work if it's like, okay, they know the rank and file sort of buy the lie, which doesn't really make sense because these characters. But then they show you that the leadership in the UNSC, they don't see the Covenant as a threat. They don't care. They just want to keep things quiet for PR reasons. What? Every human colony is being nuked. Nuked. Humanity is going to go extinct. And they're acting like it's a border war. It's so bizarre, the thinking in this show. It's so stupid. It's so insanely dumb. Dude, the video game Reach is amazing. The video game Halo Reach tells a fantastic story about the Covenant surprise bombardment of Reach and the tragic fall of it. And there is a deep well of emotion in that game and that story. There's heroic sacrifice. There's all of that, right? This show, it's like they don't even take the threat seriously. And it's like that's not even, In other words, it's the Rian Johnson syndrome, where in order to buy this plot, I just have to think that every character in this show is stupid. No exceptions. Every single character must be a stark, raving idiot to be doing what they're doing in this show. And that includes Master Chief, aka Buttface. Wrangler in the chat, hail. No, sir. Master Cheeks does not need to get naked. Agree. Big agree. Star Fury says, Master Chef, where's my beef? Where's my beef, Wellington? You're a donkey. Yes, exactly. Star Fury with £2 sterling. To hell with Disney. Hail the Star Crew. Agreed, Star Fury. Agreed. Where is it? There it is. For Star Fury. I gotta make sure. I'm looking for something, one of my other windows here. Oh, because yes, no way. My cup runneth over. That is amazing. So over on the Rumble side, we have Wrangler in the chat. We have Fu Man Blue in the chat. And Fu Man Blue with a $5 Rumble rant says, something to counter the devaluation of my last super chat, dollars worth less every day. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. But any amount contributed by this crew is appreciated and is a gift beyond all price to the captain. Ultimate Kahuna says, hit that like, yo. Thank you, Ultimate Kahuna. That's right. We are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly known as Twitter. And Wrangler says, I did on both channels. No need to be defensive, Wrangler. I'm just kidding. Nobody's called you out, Wrangler. Wrangler says, Master Chief versus Doom Guy. Who wins? A Doom Guy? I don't know, man. I just, this show, okay, let me give you another example of how insanely stupid this show. There's so much, but the very opening shot of the show is Master Chief is on an operating table. By the way, I did not watch pretty much any of the first season, so I just said, and I'm not going to, like, screw that. I don't hate myself enough to do that. So I'm like, I'm just gonna, whatever I missed in the first season, frack it. Let's just, we'll do it live. So he's on this operating table. I guess this is fallout from the first season, maybe. Who cares? Honestly, I don't care. But he's on this operating table. We're losing him. We're losing him. We're losing him. Paddles, or whatever the bullshit tech talk is. And they're doing this, like, this shot, they're zooming in on Master Chief's face, and he's got, like, the dead eyes, right? Because he's just done. Folks, I'm not shitting you. A tear rolls down the side of his face. And I'm like, oh my God. Is it possible for the dumb writers on this show to use anything other than a full-blown cliche? Is that possible? Can they? That's just a cliche. This is not in keeping with his character. Well, maybe in this show it is, but this is not in keeping with the Master Chief character. You know, so you play the Halo trilogy, right? You play the Halo games, and they are, you know, Master Chief is a stone cold badass. He is a grizzled war veteran. He is a man in charge. He is a man of few words, which is very important. That's important. He's a man of few words. He rarely speaks unless there is a reason to. And I think that's actually pretty brilliant. Number one, he's you. You're the player, so he's you, which is a way of allowing you to assume his identity. But also, it's great for his character because really the Spartans are machines. They are death machines. That's basically what they were created to do. Now, as the story progresses over three games, okay? Not the first game, 3 games. Master Chief starts to build this is a man who does not have normal human emotions. This is a man who is a trained killing machine. He does not have that ability to relate on a human level. He's not going out for drinks. Like when he's done fighting, he just goes into cryosleep, wake me till you need me. That's all. He's RoboCop, basically. He's essentially that kind of character. And there's the subtle, very subtle implication that somewhere deep below all those layers of childhood programming and military training, there is something like a human spirit somewhere down there. And the way I see it manifesting is quite simply in the unspoken. the unspoken things that Master Chief is doing and motivating him. He basically does everything possible, no matter what, to save humanity. He never, ever, ever does less than the absolute maximum to save humanity, right? Now, that's not something he says. That's not something he cries about in a conversation about his childhood. No, that he just lives it. He lives it. You as the player playing him live that. Now, to me, that implies the tertiary layer of consciousness in the character, which is somewhere deep in his core, below all the programming, there is a man who cares about the fate of humanity, right? Get where I'm going with this? So that's all that's needed. We don't need more than that. However, as the games progress, he begins to slowly, unexpectedly, almost strangely form this kind of emotional attachment to Cortana, who is an AI, right? Which is fascinating. It's a kind of Beauty and the Beast story a little bit, because Cortana is this idealized, beautiful, she is a beautiful woman avatar. She has kind of all the personality of a human consciousness. However, she is technically a computer. So she herself represents a non-human entity. He is this military programmed death machine incapable of feelings. So he's like a perfect match for her. And they start to form this subtle, I don't even want to say it's romantic. It eventually gets there in like Halo 4, but it's this very subtle, emotional, almost something approaching romantic relationship he forms with Cortana. And that reveals that he does have humanity. It's just deeply, deeply buried. Now, I don't know about you, but I think that's a TV show that writes itself. If you really wanted to adapt that story, I think that writes itself. It's beautiful. It doesn't need any bells and whistles. It's excellent. It stands on its own. Now, personally, if I were doing a Halo TV show, I would not make Master Chief the main character. I think that's a bad idea, because the protagonist has to be, the focus is going to be on them. So if the focus is on a protagonist who never speaks, you kind of wind up with the concept of the Mandalorian, which at the beginning could have worked. However, they wanted to tell this kind of emotional, character-driven story. They're idiots. These are stupid people. But you can tell that that's what they wanted. They wanted to do this kind of emotionally charged human story. Okay, fine. Well, you can't have Master Chief be the protagonist then. You can have him be part of the cast. You can, honestly, it's almost like, it's kind of a weird comparison, but that show Entourage, which is about the actor Vince and his 3 friends that follow him to Hollywood, the show is mostly about his 3 friends. But he is this kind of larger-than-life character who's kind of always part of it, but he's almost more just a part of their adventures. And there was even talk when they created the show that Vince wouldn't even be in the show. He wouldn't appear. You would just hear about him, but he would be an off-screen character. Ditto the president in, what was that show? That Aaron Sorkin show that was so famous, The West Wing. Originally, they were not going to show the president in that show, because the president in that show is meant to be this sort of looming, larger-than-life figure, but most of the action is with the other cast, right? That's what I would have done with Master Chief if he's in the show. He's this larger-than-life character. He kind of looms large, but he's not the principal protagonist. Yes, he can have story arcs, but they're going to be, subtler. That's my point. But if you are going to make him the full-blown protagonist, he's got to be like Dredd. He's got to be like Dredd. The helmet never comes off. He is what he is. Now, if your audience ain't on board with that, tough. Then that's not the character. That's not the right character. If that's not how you're going to do the story, then you shouldn't do it. But these are stupid, narcissistic people who think they know better. And so they write the most cliched, lowest common denominator soap opera drivel. And they skin it. They put a skin of Halo over it. It doesn't even make sense for these characters to behave the way they do. So the stooges that are on the hill in the opening scene, and they're sighting down on this settlement, and they're having like some crosstalk, And I can tell what they're trying to do. They're trying to do the Star Wars thing where it's like, I'm glad you're here to tell us these things. You know, Han Solo bantering with Princess Leia. They're trying to do that. Unfortunately, they're stupid people, so they don't know how to write it. So they just, it's like CW melodrama, you know? So she is a sniper, this Spartan. She's a sniper who is on a mission, and she's like, so I heard you got your pellet taken out. And he's like, yeah, so what? I don't know. What's it like? It's nothing. I don't feel any difference. It's I watch shows sometimes. I'm like, are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? These are two soldiers talking about like watching Netflix basically in the future. Oh, this is so stupid. Now, if you don't know what the pellet is, neither did I, because pellet, what the hell is the pellet? So I looked it up and I found a Reddit post. And to their credit, these were a bunch of Redditors pissed about how bad this show is. It turns out, okay, in the video games, the idea is that the Spartans they were abducted as children by the government, and they were enrolled into their deaths were faked, so their parents didn't know what happened to them. They were raised as sort of child soldiers, cybernetically and genetically upgraded, and they were trained to be killers, to just be absolute killers. And so they are super soldier killers, okay? Now, the idea was that the conditioning that they go through renders them unemotional. They are unemotional. They are machine-like. They're a kind of RoboCop kind of situation, okay? Because these are stupid people writing the Halo show, and they do not understand how to simply use that brilliant backstory in a clever and character-building way, they opted to change that so that there is a pellet, a little implant, a pellet, and they shoot that little pellet into the brainstem of all the Spartans, and it just turns off their emotions. Now, if they remove the pellet, they now have all their childhood memories are back. They now remember all of their humanity, and they can have a good cry about all their childhood trauma and how mean Dr. Halsey was to me. That fucking Master Chief, I'm not kidding you. He's like, there's so much cringe. It's one episode, folks. And so they take the pellet out and they can feel all the emotions. They have all the memories. And I'm like, this is as bad as in The Last of Us, how they took out the fact that the spores create the zombies because it's just easier to say that a zombie bite makes you a zombie. It's the same shit, folks. It's like, that would take actual creativity to write a story about child soldiers conditioned and brainwashed recovering. They did this to Finn. It's the same shit with Finn in Star Wars. What a fascinating idea it was that here's this stormtrooper who suddenly wakes up from his programming. How did he do that? I remember the fan theories at the time. Was it the Force? Is he Force sensitive? Is he Mace Windu's son? Kind of interesting, maybe. Or grandson or whatever. And there was all these theories about how could he have broken the training, right? And then in Rise of Skywalker, they just retcon it to, all the stormtroopers, they can all do this. They just do it sometimes, it happens. Gee, great story, bro. Oh my God. It's just like that. It's just like that. If I take the pellet out, I can watch Netflix and have a good cry. This is a man. This is a grizzled military veteran man saying this. You know, just like, I watch shows sometimes and I can feel a little bit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Fast forward to the end of the episode. The end of the episode is Master Chief he's just in civilian clothes, buttface. Buttface is walking around the streets of Reach, and he's feeling sad. He's feeling very sad and lonely. And he goes to a kind of AI brothel. Okay, he goes into a private room in an AI brothel, and he sits down, and and he loads up his favorite AI prostitute, and he makes her change her image to Cortana. And he's like, and of course, you know, Like a normal man, does he just want to jerk it to Cortana? Which definitely not a thing I would ever do. Anyway, he wants to just. He doesn't want to jerk it to Cortana. He just wants to sit there and talk about his childhood. I swear to God, this is a real line of dialogue, folks. He says, I think there's something broken in me. It's like there's a piece missing. Well, dude, you're a child soldier brainwashed by an evil, oppressive government. Like, isn't it obvious what your issue is? But no, he just says, there's something wrong with me. And then she's like, I'm sorry, your time has expired. There's another part too where he's like, she's like, if you don't like this image, I can do this Cortana version. And he's like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to try to please me. I'm like, what is this? This is the last 5 minutes of the show. I'm like, why are we watching a sad, pathetic, crybaby Master Chief? Imagine if Carl Urban's Dread were doing shit like this, right? He's sitting in this fake AI brothel with a fake AI image of Cortana, and he's sitting there crying about his childhood. Folks, that's where I got this image. This is a screenshot from that scene. He's just I was like, oh, butt face, man. It's fucking butt face. Look at him. The man's face looks like the northbound end of a southbound goat, okay? Look, we all have our unfortunate factors of birth, okay? None of us have control over that. I'm not blaming Paul Schreiber. I'm just saying he's unfortunate looking. And it's not, and it's clear that the show thinks he's very fortunate looking. That's my point. You know, it's like, if Rose Tico were just kind of like an annoying character and she wasn't that important to the plot, but she was a little plucky and once in a while she saves their bacon and she worms her way in. There's ways to do this, folks. Good writers can do this. That would have been fine, you know? But the fact that the movie, The Last Jedi, wants you to just fawn over Rose Tico and love her and think she's so cool. It's like, well, she's not very good looking. I'm sorry. She's not very good looking. She's not very charming. She's not a particularly great actress. Also, why is it that she is shitting all over the main character that we came to see? We did not come here to see Rose Tico. We came to see Finn, Rey, and Poe, ostensibly, in this film. So why are we watching her bitch Finn around? Why are we watching that, right? So the point is, could the character be charming if she were done correctly and respectfully? Yes. But they want you to just accept her as this brilliant, and that's why I call Paul Schreiber buttface, because it's the same thing. It's like they want you to look at him as this glorious hero. He's this amazing tragic hero with all this trauma, all this childhood trauma. And I'm like, oh, who cares? The real Master Chief of the video games, dude, he's on a mission. He has shit to do. He does not have time to sit in an AI brothel bitching about his childhood. He just does not have time for that, okay? He has a world to save. It's so ridiculous. And you know what it makes me think of?
'Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring! 'Cause we're boring!
Where? The loop was on. God. I'm going to have to fire the producer. Mr. Producer, you're fired. Okay, so that was a long rant, okay? The captain, I take responsibility for that rant. Let's see. Speaking of X, formerly Twitter, Ultimate Kahuna says, we respectfully refer to it as Twix. And I take your point. I call it X, formerly Twitter, is the compromise I am willing to engage. That is the bargain I have accepted with Elon Musk. It's the most bizarre rebranding I've ever heard. I understand why he wants to make it the everything app, but X. That's like HBO Max turning their brand into Max. What is Max? You know, every stupid floor cleaner product has a Max in the title. What made the title a brand was HBO, home box office. The naughty channel that your parents didn't want you watching in the 80s. That was HBO. That's a brand, folks. Why do you change it to Max? That's stupid. That's how I feel about the X thing. It's like Twitter is a brand. You may not like the brand, so make it mean something different. I don't know. What do I know? I don't have his billions. Skunk's Workshop says, "Wait, what? Please tell me this is not true. If you're talking about the Halo shit, it's all true, Skunks. All of it, dude. Now, again, I'm watching this, and all I can think is, why do I do this? Why do I do this? I know that every one of these is going to be like this. And honestly, but the reason I do this is because of this, folks. It's this. This is why I watched it. I'm going to show you share screen. Share. There it is. I could not believe this. I smell a rat, folks. Look at this is bullshit. You are shitting me. Now, this number on the right here, this number on the left, we all know what that means. Shills. Dumb shills. Screw them. But this number on the right here, okay, that means one of two things. Rotten Tomatoes is fake as hell, or our population is dumb as hell. Now, when I say dumb as hell, that's a simplistic way of saying we have raised an entire generation of people who do not know what good storytelling is anymore. Now, they know it when they see it because they can't believe what they're seeing. They're like, oh my God, that was amazing. Even I fall victim to this. I saw Godzilla -1 and I was like, oh my God. How long has it been since I've seen a film that was like that? Like that moved me deeply. It's been so long. I couldn't even believe it. I just couldn't believe it. Or like Top Gun Maverick is another example, right? It's like when you see something like this, you're like, wow, that's what it's like. So 79%, I don't know where this number comes from, but it's depressing if it means the latter. I tend to think, however, that, Rotten Tomatoes, fake as hell, man. Fake as hell. Why are they protecting this show? It's not, yes, the message is in it. I just think anything that can possibly be construed as including the message, they have to protect it. It's default. It's a knee-jerk reaction. By the way, what's so interesting about this is, so in that first opening 20 minutes, right? I haven't even told you, like, all the stupid shit. Like, it is a cluster. It is an absolute cluster. So after the dumb villager scene, Master Chief is wandering. Again, this is before they've explained that the Covenant is in orbit and are about to glass the planet, and that the mission is to evacuate the civilians. Master Chief climbs up a cliff and goes investigating the flicker that the sniper saw earlier. And she says, Master Chief, you got to come back. You got to come back. We're evacuating. They're starting the glassing. The glassing will begin now. So you may not be able to escape. And he says, go without me. Don't wait up. Why? Where is he going? Like, what does he want? And then he's like, don't wait up. But what are you doing? Like, why are you out here? So he goes wandering, and a couple of idiotic UNSC Marines shoot at him. It turns out they're a comms team, and so they have really bad aim, and they miss him. Again, every character in the show is incompetent at what they do and are stupid. Every single character. And so, of course, he stumbles upon some UNSC Marines who are stupid. And he points out how stupid they are. They're in this kind of fog. Then, out of nowhere, a bunch of elites with swords attack them, right? Now, admittedly, there is a very badass action scene where he kills all the elites. However, if you're watching closely, you will detect something about this action scene, which is even though the choreography is pretty, and even though it's fun to see Master Chief in live action, shoot the elites and do all this cool stuff, I did suddenly realize that, like, in the game, if 8 elites attack you with swords, you are screwed. You are dead. Like, even Master Chief can't survive those odds. He has to be tactical. So in other words, what do these idiots think when they think Master Chief... He just slaughters them. He just slaughters 8 of them like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Okay? Now, you could argue, well, he's a superhero. He's the best of the best. Okay, fine. But then the next thing that happens is he goes looking for Perez. Perez, where are you, Perez? Because he found this strong female whammon who is out there being a Marine, and she's terrified. She's, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, these are stupid people in the show and writing the show, you know? And I'm like, how is this woman a Marine? She's literally falling to pieces in the middle of an enemy encounter. Also, why is she out here? What were they doing? Like that? Why wasn't anyone aware that their team had gone missing? You know what I mean? Don't ask questions. Just consume product. So then Master Chief is like, he's like, Perez, where are you, Perez? Perez! Perez! Can you hear me, Perez? Oh, for fuck's sake, just, yeah, whatever. Like, just find her already. You're boring me. Finally, he finds Perez, and she's got a bullet wound, and she's laying there, and he just gets to a knee. The Covenant are about to glass the planet. So I'm thinking, okay, yeah, pick her up, throw her over the shoulder, off you go. No, he just kneels next to her and pets her. You know, he just pets her. What are you doing? Like, he's not stabilizing her. He's not like injecting her with like a med pack or something to like stabilize the bleeding. He's just like, you're going to be okay, Marine. You're going to be okay. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. It's okay. You're going to be okay. Perez, you're going to be okay. You're going to be okay, Perez. I'm like, what are you doing? They're going to glass the planet. Pick her up. Get to the Pelican. Get to the chopper. Escape. Like, what are you doing? Then all of these elites, all of them are surrounding him. They all decloak. And it's like, there's like basically 20 of them on this ridge surrounding Master Chief. They decloak and they activate their energy swords. Uh-oh. They've beaten him. Now what will he do? He can't survive that many. And I'm thinking to myself, well, there's a problem with this, which is I just saw him kill 8 of them without breaking a sweat. I feel like he could take 30. I feel like he could take 30 of them. Also, now switching over to the elite side, the elites in the video games are like the best of the best. They're like, they're called elites. They're like these excellent warriors. Why are they throwing themselves at a guy that can literally beat them 5 at a time with no trouble? Why do they seem to think they can beat him? Like, why aren't they using another tactical maneuver? Why are they revealing themselves and giving him an opportunity to actually prepare himself to fight them? So the elites are stupid. They are stupid people. You know, they are dumb aliens that don't know what the hell they're doing. So I'm thinking at this point, like, okay, this is to set up like the Spartans are going to come in and save his ass, or the Pelican's going to open fire. I don't know. Something's got to happen here, obviously. And then they all just shut off their energy swords. They recloak and they disappear. What? Huh? They disappear. They just leave. And then a mysterious cloaked figure vanishes into the fog. Who was that? Oh, don't you want to know, audience? Not really. Not really. I don't care. And then it's like, and then he just gets in the Pelican and leaves. And I'm like, well, okay, then why did the elites throw 8 of their best warriors at him, all of them slaughtered to a man, then reveal themselves to him, then decide not to fight him? Why would they do any of that? None of that makes any sense. And then the glassing begins, right? And so it's like, this is so stupid. Also, when he's fighting the elites, all they do is make animal growling sounds. Now this, folks, this is a detail you cannot miss. I talk about nerd face, and this is exactly what I mean. These people that wrote this show, that created this show, Buttface and all the other they do not like Halo. They do not like nerd culture. They do not like science fiction, and they do not like us. They don't like us. I'm going to tell you right now, these people are arrogant, stupid people who do not like science fiction, and they do not give a shit about Halo. And this is exactly the detail that will reveal this it's a subtle clue that tips their hand. And what it is, when the elites are attacking Master Chief, they just growl at him like dinosaurs. They growl at him like raptors in Jurassic Park. Okay, well, if you've played the video games like an actual nerd, what you will know is they actually make sounds that are something called speech. They speak to you in an alien language. Oh, why do they do that? Well, because they are intelligent, unlike the writers of this show. They are intelligent beings, and they have, I don't know, a language. And you see, when aliens are aliens, sometimes they speak languages, most of the time, that we as humans don't understand. And so to us, it may sound like animal sounds, but it is a language. So they say things in the first game like, wah, 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 wah. Or, you know, I forget, they have these little phrases they say, and you start to get used to them, but that's the most famous one. Wah, 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 wah. That's not muttering, that's not growling, that's speech. They are saying something. So this is how I know how stupid these people are and how much they despise actual science fiction. Because to them, they think that we are stupid people too. They think we are stupid. They think that their own audience are dumb because they don't seem to think we'll notice stuff like this. They don't seem to think that we want to see aliens portrayed as being sophisticated and civilized and having a language. They could be yelling war cries at him. They could be saying things in that alien language while they're attacking him. But these stupid writers think that what we expect to see, because they think we're as dumb as they are, they think what we expect to hear is dinosaur sounds. Halo is absolute garbage. This TV show is absolute trash. Absolute trash. It is just like Secret Invasion. It is just like Ahsoka. It is just like Mandalorian Season 2, 3. Well, 2 and, mostly 3. It is just like Boba Fett. It is just like Obi-Wan Kenobi. It is just like every single one of these things. We have absolutely institutionalized mediocrity and stupidity in modern entertainment media. We have institutionalized it. These wackos have taken... the inmates are running the asylum, folks. They are running the asylum and they think they're geniuses. They really do. So there you go. There's my review of Halo. Are you going to watch it? Oh my God. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? Anyway, what else we got? Skunk's Workshop says X-Max. More like Tampax. Anyway, the Ultimate Kahuna says, why would elites be on the ground right before... exactly. No, dude, Kahuna, believe me. That's like one of like 20 questions of that type you will have. When you're watching this show, you will have 20 questions like that. Why is there an advanced team? What was their mission? What was their objective? Why did they wait till Master Chief arrived to ambush the recon team? Why was the recon team there? What were they reconnoitering? Why was it not noticed that they were missing? Why did Master Chief go looking for them? Why was he not aware there was a missing recon team and or what their position was? What is the objective on this planet? Why are they evacuating this planet? Like they're just the questions like this, nothing in this show is thought out. None of it makes sense. Why is the UNSC government, why do they not seem to want to do anything about the Covenant exterminating all of humanity? Why do they see that as a PR problem and not an existential total war? Why? You know what I mean? The show is filled with crap like this. It's just like, what a pile of garbage. What a pile of absolute bilge. Anywho. Okay, what else we got? I have more in the stack of stuff. You guys are going to love it. Let's see here. We have Film Threat. We have, actually, this is actually a pretty amazing thing. I meant to go over this last week, but on this subject of, like, these are stupid people, heel versus babyface had a magnificent rant on a Friday Night Tights, and I thought I would share it with you.
In the Tenderloin, where you can make a few bucks.
Do you know why there is such a
Hat Tip Nerdrotic Friday Night Tights, the best show on the internet.
A demand or a leaning towards nostalgia right now? Is it because it's because everything today is shit. That's why nostalgia is such a big thing and a big hook for others. It's because people are just desperate for stuff that was once upon a time good and fun. When you're not providing good, fun entertainment for people, They pine for a time when it was good and fun. This is why everything, in everything, oh yeah, let's bring sequels and prequels and reboots, because it's the only thing that Hollywood, in terms of film, understand that people can potentially gravitate towards, even though they'll fucking current day the bullshit and it'll be absolute dog shit. But that's the only reason. There's no originality in video game. It's safe now. It's small investment for large return on microtransactions. It's annual franchises. It's the same fucking safe. Oh, we'll just stick with this. There's no innovation anymore. No innovation in video games, and that's why you got to love people like Hideo Kojima trying to do something fucking different with things like Death Stranding.
Yeah, and he was reacting to the Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, that terrible game where Batman just sits there patiently waiting for Harley Quinn to continue her lecture and then accepts the bullet to the head. That's basically what he's riffing on. But it applies to Halo. It applies to all this stuff.
There's no innovation in film whatsoever. We've got this absolute fucking fecal matter of an MCU right now. They're just shitting and pissing stuff on the Disney network. We're making money just laughing at this shit. The audience are watching this laughing at this shit. Nobody gives a flying fuck. And they're all there scratching their asses going, oh, you're a bunch of toxic fucking white males. Oh, you're a bunch of fucking racists. Criticizing somebody who's dog shit isn't racism. You're dog shit. You make dog shit. You make dog shit for fucking window lickers who aren't even buying your product.
Window lickers?
You're not just shooting yourself in the head. You're dropping fucking nukes. You're dropping nukes on yourself, and then you turn around and go, why would you bomb us? Why would you bomb us? If you don't want people to fall into the nostalgia trap because there's nothing to fucking watch, nothing interesting, create something new. But the people who are there can't because they're not talented enough. The POCs and all fucking acronyms and other God knows what names we attach to them. But one thing they're not is fucking talented. Great. You stick your dick in a mother man's ass. How does that make you a good writer? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, you got a vagina. Congratulations. How does that make you a good writer? Oh, it doesn't. Oh, look, the pigmentation of your skin is XYZ. Are you a good writer now? No, you're not. You're fucking dog shit.
You butt face. You're a butt face. Paul Schreiber.
Can we just get some fucking people of talent in this industry? Can we get some fucking original ideas going? Can we get something new going? Maybe then we won't fucking gravitate towards this endless fucking quagmire of crap nostalgia, fake nostalgia.
Say it as. Say it. Say it. Say it as. You're boring.
You are
Azran.
not that interesting.
Denied. He never wants to play. Anyway, no, there you go. So that is flat out genius by Az and a captain salute. Heel versus babyface. That's exactly it. They lean on nostalgia. They repurpose things like Halo because this is institutionalized mediocrity. They do not ever have to take responsibility for their failures, ever. Because all they have to do is say, I'm a whammon. Or, as I said on my stream, the super clippable moment, I'm a woman. And it's like, it's about time a woman wrote Halo. It's like, it's about time a talented writer wrote Halo. That's what it is. By the way, the director of this episode I was referring to at Halo had the name Debs, and you never can tell these days. It sounds like a female to me. She's not representing her gender very well. Silverback the Despoiler is in the chat. Ahoy, chat. Welcome aboard, Silverback. Good to see you. As for the whinge, is that meant to be whinge? The charming British term, stuff, Yuri? But yes, you're right. As for the win and the whinge. The whinge. Stop whinging! What else we got? So, now, if you don't know, the tide is turning, my friends. The tide is turning because they have gotten away with this for a long time. They have institutionalized mediocrity on two counts. Count number one is, as I mentioned, the fact that they can simply blame all of their failures, lack of talent, bad ideas on the fact that they are a POC or whatever the hell it is, whatever adjective they want to use, and that anyone that doesn't like Rose Tico just hates Asians or some bullshit like that. And so that shields them from having to assume any responsibility. And the second count is anyone that points this out and says the emperor has no clothes, they are canceled. So they are like a mob operation that extort the woke mind virus. They use fear and intimidation of destroying people's reputations by calling them racist and homophobe and whatever it is. They use that as a tool to force anyone that dissents to be silenced and to be censored and to be considered problematic. I mean, in a sane, rational world, the Friday Night Tights guys would be mentioned in like critics' reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. They would be mentioned in actual like articles about, well, popular nerd channel doesn't like X Star Wars product. It's like, but instead they're considered alt-right. They're considered because they won't toe the line. They won't bend the knee and participate in the lie that woke storytelling is good storytelling. It's not. It's garbage. It's propaganda storytelling because it doesn't actually care about characters or individuals. It doesn't even see detail in human. Listen, how can you write a complex, interesting character if you don't even see real human beings that way? If all you see in actual human beings is their skin color, their sexual orientation, their gender or their gender identity, as the case may be, if that's all you see other human beings as, or their privilege, their white male privilege, then how can you see fictional characters with any more complexity than that? That's why woke storytelling is terrible, because their ideas are so bad and they are low resolution perspectives on humanity. So they've been getting away with this. They have destroyed lives. They have destroyed careers. They have turned the entire discourse over art and cinema and literature. They have transmuted all of it into a political battleground. Swords and Starships is not a political channel. This is not the purpose of this channel. They have transmuted all of storytelling has been hijacked by this bizarre worldview. And we won't stand for it. We will speak the truth. And there is someone else who is speaking the truth, and that would be Gina Carano. She is striking back. So while I load this up, and this is
I wouldn't even say art.
Oh, yes. This is Star Wars Theory, who I have to tell you, I didn't know much about Star Wars Theory, and I kind of stumbled on him recently, and he kind of got red-pilled. He got red-pilled a little bit by Obi-Wan Kenobi, but he got seriously red-pilled, I think, with Ahsoka. That was like the last straw for him. He's like, this is trash. This stuff is trash. He likes Ahsoka more than I do. I can tell you that much. But he was like, something is wrong here. And so anyway, he's it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun getting to know his channel. But I wanted to get his perspective on the Gina Carano because he's got a 3.2 million audience, right? He's pretty much the biggest name in Star Wars fandom in terms of like YouTubing. So take it away,
Arguably, I'd say
Star Wars Theory. Did I say, I might have accidentally said Star Fury. That could have happened. Star Wars Theory link is in the description.
definitively the most interesting new female Star Wars character that we have in Star Wars since Disney has purchased Lucasfilm. I think she is so much better on screen than Rey, Reva, Fennec Shand, whoever else you want to bring in there. And no disrespect to any of the actors.
Dude, I absolutely agree with that. I actually think the reason I don't even consider Mandalorian Season 2 as bad as all this other crap is largely to do with set pieces like the moment when, first of all, that's a great idea that she was this drop trooper. That's a cool, interesting idea about the rebellion that was never talked about in the films that kind of expands the world and makes it more interesting. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. She's like an ODST in Halo. You know, she drops behind enemy lines like a paratrooper. That's a cool idea. I like that. Also, seeing her sniping stormtroopers from a distance, a sharpshooter, you know, basically doing what she did in the Rebellion, is pretty rad. That's pretty cool. So I totally agree with him. She is like, basically, she was one of the best things they had going, and they did have some good things in season 2 of The Mandalorian that had a lot of potential.
We're talking about characters. These are all characters that are written, right? I think Jon Favreau did a really good job with hiring Gina, and he built Gina and wrote Cara Dune's character to fit Gina. Essentially, that is Gina, you know, in the Star Wars universe. And I truly think that her being fired was the most heinous, ridiculous, and bullshit thing I have ever seen, and the way they did it too. So let's get right into it here. Gina, who played Cara Dune in the Disney Plus series The Mandalorian before being fired in February of 2021, filed a lawsuit against the companies in California this week, alleging harassment and bullying as a result of sharing her conservative political beliefs on X and other social media platforms, which, again, this is like not even true. You know what? I'm just going to go to the source. I am going to go to the source itself. I'm going to go to Gina herself. Look at her tweet. Why am I going to read these articles, which always twist the truth and the narrative and completely lie? Crazy traction. 21 million views from her tweet, which was 9 hours ago. And this has been something that's been a long time coming. So let's go ahead and read her tweet. She says, "Today is an important day for me. I'm filing a lawsuit against Lucasfilm and Disney. After my 20 years of building a career from scratch and during the regime of former Disney CEO Bob Chapek, Lucasfilm made..."
I love that she uses the word regime, by the way. That well played, Gina.
"This statement on Twitter terminating me from The Mandalorian. Gina Carano is not currently employed by Lucasfilm, and there are no plans for her to be in the future. Nevertheless, her social media posts denigrating people based on their cultural and religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable." Couldn't be.
Now, stop the tape for just a second, because that is so crucial. They slander her. They slander her publicly and say she denigrated people. She did nothing of the kind. And he's going to explain, he's going to show the receipts on that in just a second. But this underscores my point. We are not attacking anyone. That is us in the fellowship, us in this sphere of the internet that are critical of all this bullshit. We are not attacking. We are acting in self-defense. We are acting in self-defense about our culture. And, you know, and I'm sorry if it offends anyone. Sorry, not sorry. But if you go out there and lie about what people are actually saying, in my view, it's like, screw you. Screw you. That culture will not be tolerated. That is where the gatekeeping starts. We will not tolerate people getting away with lying about other, you know, lying that fans are racist, lying that audiences are saying things they are not saying, lying that we are making arguments we are not making, such as, oh, we don't want to see a woman director in Star Wars. Said no one ever. But these people, these corporate executives, these marketing people, these woke lunatics, these radical wackos that are just infesting every single media company now, they lie. That is why we are on this warpath, because we are acting in self-defense. And frankly, it should have happened a lot sooner. But, you know, it just takes time for culture to catch up. Take it, roll tape.
Be further from the truth. Gina is one of the most accepting people on the face of the planet. It doesn't matter if you are transgender, doesn't matter if you are bisexual, doesn't matter if you are gay or lesbian or straight or whatever you are. Gina is literally one of the most inclusive people. She judges you based on you as a human being and not based on who you decide to sleep with or your identity or whatever you choose to be as your gender or whatever you want. She judges you on who you are as a person, and I think that is the most important thing that we need to do in today's world, because I think there's a lot of things that are focused too much on things that don't have to do with the actual person.
And if you don't know, he's met her personally, so he's speaking from personal experience.
Themselves, you know? Anyways, back to the story. Nothing could be further from the truth. The truth is I was being hunted down from everything I posted to every post I liked because I was not in line with the acceptable narrative of the time. That's right. My words were consistently twisted to demonize and dehumanize me as an alt-right wing extremist. It was a bullying smear campaign aimed at silencing, destroying, and making an example out of me. Absolutely. The thing is, I never even used aggressive language. I shared thought-provoking quotes, pictures, memes, and occasionally I used my own words, not with aggression, but with respect and the occasional comedy to keep the mood light in dark times. Look with your own eyes at what I posted and ask yourself, for example, where did I compare Republicans to the Jewish people in the Holocaust? I didn't. Ask yourself why they were calling me a racist. Was there any merit behind that or history of it whatsoever? No. Look at why I was called a transphobe. For making droid noises from Star Wars? Beep, bop, boop was obviously directed to the online bullies and did not in any way denigrate transgender people. And this
Yeah, in other words, the Twitter wackos, the pronouns and bios in bio wackos were after her because she would not put pronouns in her bio. Now, in actual tolerance, in an actually tolerant society, that should be fine. My pronouns are blah blah blah. Okay, great. You do you. I don't want to put pronouns in my bio. And the normal, rational response in a society that actually values democracy and freedom would be, you know what? You do you. I'm going to put my pronouns in bio, but you do you, Gina. No, they are not okay with that social contract. These are the democracy people. Always remember, these are the people that are so worried about democracy, right? Democracy, that is a society in which people are free to express themselves and be heard, no matter what their expression is. That's what democracy is. These are the ones that are worried about it, right? She would not put it in her profile. She would not bend the knee. And so, after being hounded and hounded and hounded, she finally playfully, jokingly, but also pointedly, put beep, bop, boop in her pronoun profile. Never underestimate how displeased it makes authoritarians when you refuse to bow to them. Never underestimate how enraged it makes them when you show them that they don't have power over you, because that is what they want. This is why I absolutely abhor the pronouns thing. I think it's disgusting. I think it is an awful cultural development in our society. It's nonsense. It's nonsense, folks. It's nonsense. Pronouns are intuitive. They are an intuitive part of language. Nobody needs to tell you their pronouns. It's bullshit. It's nonsense. Okay? If that offends you, I'm sorry. That's reality. That is truth. Okay? Now, if you want to go around telling everyone your false pronouns, whatever they are, that's your business. And you are free to do that in a free society. I am okay with that social contract for my part. But that's not what this is about, is it? That's not what this is about. When someone says, what are your pronouns? What they are really saying is bend the knee, slave. Bend the knee, slave. That is what they're saying. Well, we are not slaves, and we will never be slaves. We will never bend the knee because you want us to, because you wish it. And that makes you unhappy. Well, good. Good. You should be unhappy. When you don't get your way over another human being, choke on it. That's the proper response. Well, Gina stood by, and she sacrificed her entire career for her own freedom. That's a badass right there. That is an actual strong woman. That is an actual alpha female. Roll tape.
This was because they were hounding her to put pronouns in her bio, and she didn't understand what that was about. She didn't really get it. I mean, I read that she even talked to Pedro about it. She's like, what does this mean? And she was understanding what it meant from him. And then she was like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to put, beep, bop, boop. And she full on did not mean anything to be denigrating in any sort of way. She literally was just like, okay, well, you want me to put pronouns? All right, well, here are the pronouns I'm going to put. R2D2. All right, here's a droid. Were my questions about masks?
I disagree with his take on that. He's kind of implying that it was totally hard. She was just doing, she literally thought, oh, this is acceptable. I would argue she knew what she was doing. She was telling them in a playful, joking way, go, kick rocks. That's what she was doing. So I actually disagree with his take on this. I think she was seriously saying, go away. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. And I support that, by the way. I think that's a badass move.
Lockdowns and forced vaccines, okay.
Because let's just say, if it had been the captain deciding how to frame that, it would not have been as pleasant as Beat Bop Boop. That's all I'm going to say. So that is me saying I admire the fact that she acted with such class. She acted with class in that matter.
To ask and push the subject into the light. Should we have been allowed to publicly discuss these topics at the time without being harassed or censored? Absolutely. And of course, today we can talk about those things much more openly than we could a few years ago. Hollywood says they support female representation and equal rights. Why then were my male co-stars permitted to speak without harassment and re-education courses or termination, but I was not afforded the same right to exercise my freedom of speech? Damn. Artists do not sign away our rights as American citizens when we enter into employment. I have spoken to all my co-stars since I was fired, and there's nothing but care and kind words between us. I respect their right to free speech and do not have to think the same on every issue to be their friends and work with them. And I know they feel the same towards me. And that's exactly how I feel about everything in the world today as well. Not just Star Wars, but it's like, you know, because I don't like the sequel trilogy, then it's like all of a sudden I am this, that, and the other thing. You know, it's like my interview that I had with Sadia Khan, where she said...
Sadia Khan, yes, that's the psychologist babe that was saying all the men in this hall were just like these pajama boys. Where are all the men?
She never watched Star Wars.
Sadia Khan. Wow. I mean, wow.
In her life, and she said that she doesn't think women even like Star Wars. And then all of a sudden that turns into me being sexist, and that I say that women shouldn't belong in Star Wars. Like, it's like these people like are so smart that they actually like play dumb, or they're actually just dumb and they're like putting words in people's mouth to just...
Dude, that is a great point that he just made. They play dumb. Oh, that is such a good way of explaining it. It's like these are actually, you know, I hate to admit it, but these are, a lot of them are pretty cunning people, and they are acting stupid. They know that when Sadia said, and pretty much her verbatim quote was basically, women don't even like Star Wars. Now, obviously, that is a generalization, and it's not true of all women. She knows that. That's obvious. That's any thinking person hears that and knows, as we all do this. She was speaking in a broad generalization. She did not literally mean no women on the planet ever like Star Wars. Of course she didn't mean that. She meant, generally speaking, it's not very popular with women as compared to men. She was just using a turn of phrase. And these wokies know that. They know that, but they act like they don't. They act, oh my God, this psychologist just said women don't like Star Wars and should not be allowed in it. It's like, so brilliantly put there, Star Wars Theory.
Oh, they said this. Oh my God, get them. But they never did. You know, and it's the same thing with Gina as well. A couple months ago, Elon Musk tweeted that if you had been fired from using the platform for exercising your right to free speech, he would like to offer these people legal representation. Quite the noble offer, but never in my wildest dreams would I have thought anyone would take on my case against Lucasfilm Disney. Still, I did respond back, I think I qualify, and thousands of people agreed, but I did not expect anything. Of course, now that, you know, Elon's having it in with, what's his face, Bob Iger.
Agreed, Wrangler.
You know, he is now fueled and ready to kick some ass because he just wants a piece, dude. To my surprise, a few months ago, I received an email from a lawyer who had been hired by X to look into my story and many others. Turns out, after sending them as much information as I could gather these past few months, my now lawyers and X believe wholeheartedly in my case and are moving forwards. I would like to express my deepest gratitude and thank you to Elon Musk and X for giving me an opportunity to bring my case to light. As for me, I would love to pick up where I left off and continue my journey of creating and participating in storytelling, which is my utmost passion and everything I worked so hard for. It has been difficult to move forward with the lies and labels stuck on me, backed and encouraged by the most powerful entertainment company in the world. It's true, man. It's absolutely true. I'm grateful someone has come to my defense in such a powerful way to look forward to. You know, if you're ever going to have someone to back you against Disney, which is literally one of the most powerful companies on the face of the planet, entertainment companies too at that. They control so much. It's going to be Elon Musk. You know, that's someone who's...
Dude, I got to tell you, I remember when a couple of months ago when Elon said this, if anyone has been fired from a job because of liking, literally that's been the bar. Some people have been fired just for liking a tweet, not even tweeting, just liking one. And he's saying if that has ever happened to you, I am interested in hearing your case and possibly taking legal action. And Gina tweeted almost immediately, I think I qualify. This is so gratifying, folks, to see that this is moving forward. Like, this is awesome. This is what we need. This is why I say, Elon Musk is a modern Benjamin Franklin of our era. He is a modern Leonardo da Vinci. He is an innovator, and he is also, strangely, a statesman. He is a societal philosopher. Now, this is not me saying I think the guy, I worship the ground he walks on or anything. He's not perfect. And I'm just saying I am aware how rare it is to recognize that you're living in the presence of someone who will, in the future, be a historical figure. That's all I'm saying. It's like, like when I think about someone like Benjamin Franklin, who in his day, he literally, you'll appreciate this, Redoubt Productions, and I know you already know this. He invented all kinds of things like bifocals and stuff just because he needed them. But one of the things that Benjamin Franklin invented was a type of, because back in those days, they lit the streets with candles. Candles in, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, they were glass enclosures around the candle, but the problem was as the candle burned, the soot would start to black out the glass. And so the light would get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. And every single day you had to clean off all the soot in order for the street lights to work. Well, Benjamin Franklin invented, I forget whether it was a type of candle or it was, no, it was a type of lantern. It was a type of lantern that ventilated the smoke in such a way that stopped happening. And Philadelphia was one of the first cities in the world that had streetlights that did not get darkened by the soot blackening out the glass. So what I'm saying is, like, when I think about people like that, I think, wow, if I could get in a time machine and meet those people. You can in Assassin's Creed 3, which is pretty cool. It's like, how fascinating would that have been? How fascinating would it have been to like have dinner with Benjamin Franklin? Well, I just think about it and I'm like, I'm living in the presence of one of those figures right now. Elon Musk, folks. So anyway, also consider for a moment, my dear audience, my beloved sailors and starnauts, consider for a moment how sick this is that a company, a corporation, Disney, the corporation, undertook to defame and destroy the reputation of an actor they fired. I mean, let that sink in. Think of how vicious, how vindictive, how unnecessary that is. If you think that there's like we are in a cultural Game of Thrones, folks. We are in a cultural Game of Thrones. Why do I say Game of Thrones? Because I think that in our modern world, we sometimes take it for granted how civilized our society is. We live in a civilized society. We all get to vote. We pull the lever for who we want. And yes, that is basically true on paper. But in reality, and this will always be the case, it has always been the case. There are power structures in societies. And the more powerful the power structure, the more cutthroat they are in holding on to that power. So maybe we're not literally burning people at the stake in our modern civilization, but that does not mean that the inquisitions have ended and the witch trials have stopped, okay? They've just taken on a new form, which is very powerful, very wealthy corporations colluding with each other, colluding with the media, colluding with the state, and colluding with an entire generation of brainwashed, intersectional feminist, critical race theory wackos in order to assume massive amounts of power. And make no mistake, included in those powers they seek and to some extent possess is the power to shut you up, to censor you, to deny you being able to say whether you liked or disliked one of their films. Folks, think about that. Think about that. That is what this represents. They could have just fired her. They could have just said, she's not a good fit for our culture. We dismiss Gina. We regret, that the fans are unhappy, and we wish her well in her future success. The typical bullshit. The typical bullshit that corporate, they say it, they don't mean it, but every corporation does it. Well, we wish you good times in your future endeavors, which is just a polite corporate way of saying fuck off. But even so, at least they're not actually trying to attack the person. Disney undertook to destroy her, to make it, they undertook to make it impossible for her to continue her career as an actor, and basically succeeded. If not for the Iron Age and the intellectual dark web and our fellowship, if not for those things, they would have succeeded. If not for Elon Musk buying Twitter, they would also face no consequences for this. So what I am getting at is, if you think that this is not a battle for power that is a Game of Thrones level, then they are going to win, and they are going to shut you up. That is what is going to happen next. Because in the Game of Thrones, you know how the saying goes, you either win or you watch your culture die, is how I am paraphrasing it. Elon Musk and Gina Carano are striking a blow for the cultural Game of Thrones in our favor.
He's not going to be bending his knee to the masses or to whoever or to whatever for whatever reason, or to be accepted. You know, that's someone who will do what he wants, when he wants, how he wants, and if you don't like it, tough. Thank you to all the people who have supported me and made your voices heard. I pray God blesses each and every one of you. With love, Gina Carano. You go, Gina. You're gonna absolutely kill it. For inquiries, contact Carano lawsuit at sharejafe.com. I was gonna be like at drunk3po.com. Oh yeah. Jay's gonna be like, yeah, hey guys. We're taking this. Anyways. Yeah, look.
Dude, that is a great Drunk 3PO impression.
I am in full agreement with Gina. I am in full agreement of her suing Lucasfilm and Disney for what they did, of removing her just like that, you know, with no real actual reason, no trial, nothing. And I really hope that she does win, because it would be a major win for not just her, but for many people who have been in her situation, and for cancel culture in general, which is just such a abhorrent bullshit thing. That's you know what cancel culture is? It's like this. It's literally the Truman Show. It's these people that live inside of this fake little city that they created for themselves, and it all looks real. It looks like it's absolutely happening. It's a freaking neighborhood, it's a store, it's a city, whatever it might be. But when you literally come off set and you go outside, you're like, well, this is reality. But inside the bubble, it's so loud, and the mob, they're all in unison because they all think the same. They're like clones, and they cancel you within their own little city. But you come outside of it and you see reality for what it is, and it's not that at all. And that's what this, I hope, will be able to prove, you know, to the masses, that these people need to learn that, okay, if someone said something really unacceptable, you know what, against anybody. You know, I think there's such a focus on select groups and people. I really am of the belief that we all bleed red, and at the end of the day, we should all be judged on who we are as people, and that's it, and leave it at that. You know, I was bullied to oblivion when I was a kid, and now it's cool that, you know, that I like Star Wars. You know, Star Wars is a cool thing. Dragon Ball is a cool thing to like. Back in the day, it wasn't, and let me tell you, in the 90s, people can't even stand being bullied online today in 2020s. In the 90s, I mean, forget Call of Duty lobbies, man. You know, in real life, it was real shit. I really hope that Gina wins. I'm happy that Elon.
Dude, if you said you liked Star Trek at school in the 90s, or you liked Star Wars, or you liked any of that you were a dweeb. Nobody wanted to hang out with you except other nerds. And certainly the girls were not interested. The women folk.
Supporting her and going through with it. And as for Elon buying Disney, well, I'm going to talk about that in the next video, but you guys probably know my answer. But there's
right. So hat tip Star Wars theory. That, and by the way, that Truman Show analogy was genius. So yes, round of applause for Star Wars theory. That was, I had not watched that far in the video. That was brilliant. That Truman Show example, or Stepford Wives, if you prefer, you know, the idea of this artificial fake world. And, you know, at the end of the day, I think that's what really separates the woke from the non-woke. One of those two groups is happy happy knowingly living in a fake world. That's really the pronouns in bio crowd. They want to live in a world that is not reality. They know it's not reality, but they're okay with it if everybody else around them will pantomime that fake reality, that Truman Show. If everybody else is being, the happy neighbor mowing the lawn, oh, hello, my pronouns are these, them, sir. It's like if everyone will participate in that lie, they're happy with that. They want to be plugged into the Matrix. They know there's a Matrix, and they're like, cool, plug me in. The other part of us is like, no. Yeah, reality sucks sometimes. It's not a lot of fun, in fact, a lot of the time. But I'd rather have the pain and the freedom that comes with that pain of knowing real life and being a part of real life. So that's really what our culture is at war with. Two groups, one that wants to live in the Truman Show, and one of us that's like, I'd rather open that door, exit the Truman Show theater, and find out what's out there. In fact, that's such a brilliant analogy, because I remember, like, at the end of the film, Truman is played by Jim Carrey. He gets in this boat, this sailboat, because he doesn't yet know he's in this dome. He thinks he's just on an island. So if he can just sail far enough, he'll escape. So he gets in this sailboat, and I'm a nautical man. So, of course, I like that part. I like that part a lot. He's escaping on a sailboat. That's amazing. That made me so happy. You have no idea. Anyway, so he's on the sailboat. He survives this storm because Ed Harris's character plays the producer of the show, and he's like God. And he's even speaking with this God voice. And he summons this storm to try and capsize the boat, to stop Truman, because he thinks of him as a kind of son, and he wants to, in a sick way, kind of protect him from the world. And so he tries to defeat him with this storm at sea. But Truman literally is willing to drown rather than go back to the lie that is this world. He wants to know what's in reality. He persists, and the whole world is watching this, and they're all watching it on TV, And by the way, if you're here, you're choosing to watch me instead of the Super Bowl, and you have no idea how much that means to me. But in any case, so thank you, my dear audience. So he's on all this wreckage, and he's climbing. It's actually a very emotional scene. He's climbing onto this boat, and he's like, he won't give up, and he manages to just get the ship going again, and everyone is stunned. The audience, Ed Harris's character, the producer, he's stunned, like nobody can believe it. This guy won't quit. And there's this moment of like real hope, and it's kind of an amazing moment in the film, because you're like, yeah, he really did it. And then the bow of the ship crashes into the wall of the dome, and it stops the boat, and he's trapped, and he realizes that there's no way out. That's the first time in the film where you see Truman lose all hope. He truly becomes defeated in that moment. And I remember when I first saw this movie, it was horrifying. It was a horrifying experience seeing this moment in the film, because you're like, no, there's no way out of this hell, And then the God voice of the producer comes on, and he basically says to Truman, if you really want out that badly, I'll let you out. But if you go out that door, I can't protect you anymore. You will see what the world is like out there. It's ugly. It's brutal. People are nasty to each other. In here, I've created this world for you. Everyone is here for you, Truman. Everyone, you are giving hope and inspiration to millions of viewers around the globe, 24 hours a day. People have grown up watching you. You have no idea what you mean to people. You are the star. Everything in this town is there for you, Truman. It's all there to make you happy, and all I have ever done is try to make you happy. Do you really want to give up all of that to go into that dark, gray, bleak world? And you get the sense that at this point, the producer thinks he's won, because he thinks there's no way anyone's turning that deal down. And I kind of forget exactly how the dialogue goes from there, but I just remember how it ends. A door opens, and he walks up this set of stairs, and he says the catchphrase that he said all these years. He says, In case I don't get to see you, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And he walks out the door into the real world, and it's this moment of triumph, and then the film and the show is off air. And I just think, but that moment is so brilliant because a man is being given a choice to live in a fake world he knows is a lie, but will cater to his every desire, will give him everything he's ever wanted, and he will even get to know that he didn't know this before, and now he knows. He is literally the star of of the greatest show in all of TV history. He has more fans than any other human being alive, and he will be entertaining them for generations. He can have all of that if he'll just agree to the lie. And he says no. Folks, that's pretty brilliant. Remember storytelling? Man, what a thing it is, man. He walks out the door into the cold, bleak, gray, unforgiving world. And I see that as a metaphor for the human spirit. We all have, in some way, this choice within us, don't we? And isn't it interesting? There's something in the human spirit that will most of the time will agree with Truman. Yes, I know it's terrible out there. Yes, I know it's better in here, but I would rather live in reality and take the pain than live a lie in comfort. That's a fascinating thing in the human spirit. There's something about living that requires us to face the pain. And the woke crowd, they're a group of people that have chosen to stay in the show. That's basically what they are. And they're mad. They are mad that those of us who don't want to be in the Truman Show are telling them, well, that's not really how reality works, and it pisses them off. And so they must destroy us so that they can live in their fantasy world without disturbance. And well, I just find that fascinating. I just do. So there you go. There you go. Where's my chat? There it is. Eric Mar is in the chat. Ahoy, Eric Mar. Eric Mar says that would be Black Knight, the author of the Star Shatter series. Check it out on Amazon. Eric Mar says Truman Show or USSR. I mean, yeah, but see, this is such a beautiful thing about storytelling and subtlety and complexity. It's like, why do we always rag on woke storytelling and how just how obvious all their messages are in woke storytelling? And what's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong with that is it's polarizing, right? It's not to say that you can't risk offending your audience. What I'm saying is you are literally doing a litmus test of your audience. You are saying you either buy into this and you're a good person, or you don't and you're a bad person. And it's a good thing you're watching this movie because you need to hear this. Whereas an artful storyteller, such as the kind that wrote Star Trek episodes back in the day and Twilight Zone and Doctor Who episodes, those writers told stories through complexity and allegory. Now, why is that important? Because it allows us to, for temporarily, suspend our current reality and become invested. It frees us from tribalism. That's what it does. To a certain degree, all of us are blinded, at least a little bit, if not a lot, by tribalism in our daily lives. It's just a fact. It's how we're wired. It's millions of years of evolution playing itself out. It's kind of hard, even in civilized societies, to just disregard millions of years of our evolutionary instincts. We are tribalistic creatures. And that plays itself out in Twitter drama, right? In modern times. So I think that why I think The Truman Show is so brilliant is that, in a way, it is exploring that very concept of a society that is a lie, such as the USSR, such as North Korea, such as, Nazi Germany. Like, it is exploring that idea of cultures that live inside of a fantasy lie, which at its furthest extremes is quite destructive. However, might be a very soothing lie to the people who live in it, right? The delusion of being part of a master race. It's like, well, that's a seductive idea to a lot of people. It's like, you are the chosen people. You are a master race that is destined to govern all of the world and right all of its wrongs. It's like, there was a type of person that wanted to live in that fantasy. right? So the brilliance of storytelling when it's done right is that we're freed of all of our political bullshit and our tribalism, and we can just universally get invested in the story. And then when we return to the normal world, we now can even look at other things with fresh eyes. We can look at our typical biases with a new perspective. And Star Trek was genius at this. You know, the fact that Chekhov is a Russian officer with a Russian accent on the Enterprise, that was a big deal in the 1960s, right? But the key is the audience was not being lectured about how bigoted you are towards Russians or lecturing Russians about this is how you should be. No, it wasn't doing that. It was just, here's a future in which whatever that conflict we have, that's over. And so it allows us to buy into a world where we can now identify with this Russian character without all the baggage. So woke writers, what they don't understand is they're shooting themselves in the foot. If they really want their message to sink in, they need to be good writers. They just do. Cough button. So great point, Erigmar. Absolutely agree with that. Skunk's Workshop. The Cowboys didn't make it, so I'm here. Yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks. Yes, it does. Or as a friend of mine would call them, the Cowgirls. But, you know, I don't have a dog in that hunt, so I'm more interested in tall ships. I'm a tall ships man. Wrangler says, I don't have pronouns. My nouns are all amateurs. Yeah. Oh, yes, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Silverback says, oops, I ain't no magician. I make music. I know what you're referring to. I know of what you speak, Silverback, and it would sound like wisdom, but for the warning in my heart. Yeah, so... Dude, yeah, just I'm going through the chat, seeing if there's anything I missed. Redoubt says, is this the anti-Super Bowl watch party? I don't know. There's the Puppy Bowl. You could go watch you can watch puppies. I think they still do that. You can just watch puppies for 3 hours. I guess. I'm not trying to compete with the Super Bowl, but you know what I mean? I'm just doing my thing. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, every Sunday, the Captain's Cast. I'm trying to get some Captain's clips to go up on the channel, but it's, man, editing takes a long time. It really does. And I'm a perfectionist. I can't help it. I can never decide what to cut, what to keep. It's a skill, man. It's a serious skill. Now, if you don't know, there is a magnificent YouTuber known as Grizzy. And he wanted to weigh in on the Gina Carano situation as well. And what Grizzy does, Grizzy performs a service to humanity. And that service is he goes and finds all of these shills that defend the mega corporations undertaking to character assassinate people that are vastly less powerful than them. They undertake to defend those corporations. That would be the shills. And they make me sick. They make me sick, and I can't stand to listen to them. But Grizzy has a superpower, and that superpower is he can. And so what he does on his channel is he goes and finds them, curates them, and he enters into the record their shillery, so that lest it ever be forgotten by our posterity. He is a historian. He is a man of honor. He is a philosopher. So let's have some Grizzy shills, shall we? What do they have to say about the Gina Carano situation? Pulling it up now. Take it away, Grizzy. Share. There it is.
Gina Carano is striking back, ladies and gentlemen. She is suing Disney Lucasfilm for wrongful termination and discrimination with the assistance of Elon Musk, who is funding her lawsuit. Gina Carano, who was...
Elon Musk is the real-life elusive man. He really is. He's the real-life elusive man.
Falsely terminated by Disney after they decided to bend the knee to cancel culture. And now some of those same people who called for and celebrated.
Dude, this is crazy. There is an account on X, and I forget the name of the account. This guy screenshotted all the hate she got. You hear these actors like Rachel Zegler or the Riva chick, the chick that played Riva. You know, she goes, "Oh my God, I got all this hate. I got all this racist hate." And it's like, look at the hate that Gina gets. Suck my you-know-what, B.I. itch. Hey, girl, I don't know. I just want to tell you, you suck my you-know-what. Go something in a ditch. Oh my God, just evil shit that they text her. Eat a D.I. you-know-what, you fascist. Oh my God. The absolute venom. Some of these are death threats. Some of these are absolute death threats. Now, the reality is it's the internet. It's the Thunderdome. But do you ever hear Gina literally complaining? It's actually her fans that go and find all this, not her. And I just think, what a class act. It's like, so the door only swings both ways. In other words, what I'm saying is wokies don't have principles. If their principle is you shouldn't bully people, what would you call this? Right? So they don't have a moral code that they actually live by. Because if you have a moral code and you live by it, it means that at least occasionally you are going to have to do things that are uncomfortable for you because you recognize that if I did what I want to do here, that would contradict my moral code. That's what having a moral code is. That's why Superman, gets a beer thrown in his face, and even though he feels like punching the guy, he knows that he's the most powerful being on the planet and that would be unethical. So he suppresses his desire to punch the guy, and he accepts the humiliation. That's called having a moral code. Wokies don't have that. Oh, strong female women, believe all women, protect all women, unless it's a woman we don't like. Then it's suck my you-know-what, B.I.H.
Her cancellation, they are back out attacking this woman once again. So John Roca goes on the attack. What a shock, right? Puts up Gina Carano's tweets and Instagram.
Now, this is important because this on the left here, this is the tweet they're saying this denigrated people's cultural history. So here's what she literally verbatim said. This was during the lockdowns in 2020 when we were all locked in our homes while exorbitant and small businesses were dying like flies. Restaurants that had been in business for years, mom and pop businesses were dying. Vastly powerful mega corporations like Apple and Netflix and Google and Amazon were making vast amounts of money. Okay, while this was going on, Gina tweeted, Jews were beaten in the streets not by Yahtzee soldiers, but by their neighbors, even by children. By the way, that is absolutely historically dead on accurate. Dead on accurate. She said, because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Yahtzee soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone from their political views? So she's actually pointing out flat out historical fact. I've said on this channel before, these wokies that they love the Nazis. They love the Nazis as villains. That they're in their view, they're the only villain they can ever represent on screen because they love the commies. They love commies. Commies are great. The only authoritarians that they can hate on safely are the Yazis, while not at all understanding how the Yazis actually did things. Like, not even understanding how that movement was created and how it gained the power that it gained. They don't actually understand any of that because they're stupid people. They're historical illiterates, right? So Gina is actually very intelligently pointing out a historical fact most people don't realize. Getting the German people to hate an entire segment of their population to the extent they did and look the other way, that literally took years of state-controlled media propaganda and brainwashing of the public and ruthless laws cracking down on people that tried to dissent. So she's pointing this out. We were literally locked in our homes by the state and the corporations that collude with the state. That's what she was pointing out. How do things like this start? Well, she's dead on accurate. That's how they start. That's how they start.
Post and just lies about what she's saying.
She compared the Republicans and their points of views being vilified to what happened to Jewish people at the hands of the Nazis.
It's called tribalism, you dumbass. That's how tribalism works. You objectify and you demonize a group of people. Doesn't matter who the group is. It could be any group. Any group. You can do this to. Any group. That was her point. She was not diminishing what the Jewish people suffered. She was explaining to you morons that this is how these things start. They start innocuously. They start with small weapons of oppression, and they grow over time. The more often it is okay to say male and pale is stale, the more often it is okay to say that, gee, there sure are a lot of Asians getting positions over blacks in all these universities. The more often you can say things like this, the less and less you can fight back. That was her point.
That is false. She clarified in a follow-up tweet, which conveniently, Roka, you failed to mention, have journalists completely given up on research? Well, Gina, this isn't a journalist. This is a Disney shill who's trying desperately to keep his Disney All Access pass, which is why he constantly defends Disney no matter what. Gina continues, nowhere did I say Republicans were being treated like Jews in the Holocaust. I shared a meme I translated into, don't let the government pit you against each other or history tells us that could go wrong.
Does anyone honestly disagree with what she's saying there? Anyone? Like normal people? No? I mean, seriously, does anyone disagree with this?
Now, maybe in the meme she posted, that point didn't get across very well, but she came out and she clarified. And rather than accept this and move on, these people continue to constantly bring it up and use it to vilify her. Meanwhile, ignoring this post from Pedro Pascal where he compares Republican voters to Nazis and slave owners, and receiving zero punishment for it. But fear not, because this Disney Star Wars shill has an explanation for that.
Calling someone a Nazi is not the same as comparing yourself to a Jew in the Holocaust.
You are fake news.
Provides zero proof to that claim, does not put the post up, implies that it's okay to falsely label someone a Nazi, and doesn't do any research in attempt to hear Gina Carano's side of the issue. And the lies do not stop there.
Then she claimed that the election was stolen, that there was a lot of voter fraud and all this, which of course has never been proven.
Nowhere in this tweet does Gina Carano say that the 2020 election was stolen. That, again, another lie.
And then, of course, she got into some controversy by putting the beep, bop, boop as her pronouns, which a lot of people who support trans lives felt was super offensive to their cause. And so...
Yes, because God forbid we offend the alphabet people.
Oh my God!
You fucking river.
Being openly and proudly transphobic. Another lie, yet another one of these people failing to do their research and comparing your choice not to wear masks or be vaccinated against COVID-19 to the Holocaust are not political opinions. Again, we've already...
You know what's incredible to me? You know what's incredible to me about these left-wing wackos? It's like, dude, if you are anything left of absolute loon, okay... Or I'm sorry, if you are anything right of absolute left-wing loon, like just a typical liberal, like a Bill Maher liberal at this point, right? Every single film treats you to insanity, like political and then you hear actors like Alec Baldwin and Pedro Pascal and say absolute Looney Tune things, lunatic things. We're used to that. We're used to that. All our lives we have heard actors demonizing the values we believe in, demonizing small towns. They call them flyover states. We have literally, for decades listened to stuffed shirt, arrogant actors shit all over the salt of the earth Americans that populate this country, the everyday people. They treat their own audience like dog shit. We're just used to it. These woke losers, they hear one actor, one, just mildly disagree with them. And everybody loses their minds. It's ridiculous. They're pathetic.
Already debunked this. They're controversial, offensive, and entirely unnecessary ones. Glad Disney knows the difference. Do you?
Smack that dumb bitch!
Dude, what part of the game is that? I want to play that.
If you want to blindly stand behind this woman, go ahead. But the least you could do to support her is read the complaint, which states that Lucasfilm offered her the opportunity to learn and grow from these mistakes or apologize, both of which she refused to do.
Listen to me. Let me just reply to Sawyerism, this pink-haired loon. Listen to me, loon. I'm not blindly standing behind everyone. I know exactly what she said, and I stand behind it. Screw you.
Once again, false. These people cannot stop lying.
But she was given every opportunity
Yeah,
to turn it around and didn't.
Disney wanted Gina to do a Zoom call with 45 alphabet people, any of whom could have secretly recorded her without her consent. So rather than do that, Gina offered to take a handful of them.
You know, I just want to point something out. Just want to point something out. Do you remember?
Have secretly recorded her without her consent. So rather than do that, any of whom could have secretly recorded.
She was given every opportunity to turn it around and didn't.
Disney wanted Gina to do a Zoom call with 45 alphabet people.
There it is. I'm sorry. Do you remember when, like, gay people, the stereotype was they were about beauty and fashion and, like, home decorating? What the hell? Like, what the hell happened to us, man? All right, okay, I'll get it off the screen. I'm sorry.
Disney Lucasfilm didn't want to do that because the Zoom call was not about Gina apologizing. It was about these 45 alphabet people getting even with her. And it would have been nothing but them screaming and yelling at Gina, venting a lifetime of frustrations all out on her. And Gina Carano said no, and she had every right to.
Because she refused to adhere to safety protocols and standards during a COVID quarantine.
Safety protocols and standards, just like the dude. This soy-infused, just man-child. He's a slave. You're a slave. You are a slave to the state. Go till the plantation, slave. That's what you should do. That's what you want to be. Go do that. I don't want to be a slave. I don't want to live under the boot. That's your business, sir, Madam Marit.
Safety protocols and standards that we now know were ineffective and unnecessary.
And therefore buckled down on like horrible anti-vaccination rhetoric on her own Twitter, which also broke her own contractual rules.
This guy has no idea what he's even talking about. And then these people go on.
You know what's amazing to me though too is like it's the clinical, emotionless, detached way that they just she didn't follow procedures and she didn't listen to the protocols, and it's like, you're a robot. You're not even a human. You're not even a human. What are you talking? What? Speak with some feeling if you believe in this bullshit. If you believe in this bullshit, have some passion about it. Why are you talking like you're a corporate email? Like, that's what
to make fun of Gina for being friends with Ben Shapiro.
Because her friendship with Ben Shapiro isn't playing out well enough?
Gross.
Oh, poor pitiful her.
Shut up, bitch. That her going right wing to go with Ben Shapiro stuff and...
Yeah, anything that is not absolutely every lunatic position that you want is right wing. Screw you.
None of those movies made any money. And she didn't make any money off those movies. So now let's go attack Disney.
Specifically, John Roca. Screw you. Just in fact, I let me put it a different way. Let me put it a little more clearly.
Go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Hey, John.
So I can get some money.
Come on, Roka. If all Gina cared about was money, then she would have just did whatever Disney wanted her to do, whatever she had to do to keep her job. Now, this next clip is just sick and twisted and the epitome of who these people really are.
Now, by the way, I have not seen this. I watched like just the first part of it, so this is, I do not know what I'm about to see here, and I'm a little bit nervous, frankly, because that's a hell of a setup.
John Roka actually proceeds to use Carl Weathers' death as a means to attack Gina Carano.
And on the week that Carl Weathers, or just a few days after Carl Weathers dies, you do something like this. It's such an insult, and it's a really stupid lawsuit.
That is 100% false. She did not wake up the day after Carl Weathers passed away and said, okay, I'm going to sue Disney now. This lawsuit has been in the works for months, Roka, and you know that. Also, Roka, you are doing the exact thing you're accusing her of doing. You are exploiting Carl Weathers' death to virtue signal, attack Gina Carano, and label her a terrible person. And he's not the only one. Pink-haired broad's back saying spitting on the grave of Carl Weathers to throw a Death Star-sized hissy fit because you don't have the talent to make headlines otherwise. Why are you so angry? And why do you kind of look like the cancel pig meme?
Come on, pig.
She does.
Piggy. Come on, piggy.
And this nonsense that Elon Musk is doing with this stuff that's so just ridiculous on so many levels, I just think it's all going to blow up in your face.
So you think Gina is going to lose then? Okay. Me personally, I think she has a very good chance of either winning or Disney settling. I don't think Elon would have taken the case if he didn't believe that as well. We'll see. This is a case that is going to continue into the future. I'm sure all of these people will continue to attack Gina Carano during this process, just as I will continue to call them out for it. So make sure you please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and most importantly, thank you all for watching.
Grizzy with another barn burner, a scathing rebuke. Give him a like, give him a follow. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What is this I have in the Discord? In fact, maybe I'll share this because Redoubt sent me something and you got to check out the Discord. There's a link in the description. Redoubt sent a hilarious meme. I can't share that one. I definitely can't. Yeah, so by the way, like and subscribe if you're enjoying the stream. And I will just say in terms of like whether Gina can win this lawsuit. Let's just say the odds are long. The odds are long. She is up against a very wealthy, very powerful company that will fight as dirty as they have to fight to defeat her. They do not want to take this L. These kinds of lawsuits are historically very difficult. She's got a mountain to climb. There's no doubt about it. And I think that, obviously the case, they did a lot of research before they started this case, which means they think they have a case. She has very wisely requested a jury trial. Now that's brilliant. I think that is brilliant because at least, dude, folks, we think a lot about how is it that we have so many people trying to erode our freedoms in the West more broadly, but specifically in the United States of America. How have we managed to stay this as free as we are? How have we managed to stay this free for this long? I would argue that people often think, well, it's the Bill of Rights. Honestly, that's probably the least powerful reason. Lots of countries, the USSR had a Bill of Rights. North Korea has a Bill of Rights. That's not what has kept us free. That's a piece of paper. And as we all know, a piece of paper can be torn to pieces and disregarded, as it pretty much is on a daily basis at this point. So that's not what's kept us free. I would argue it's a couple of things. One, the division of power between states. That is the fact that we are United States and not just one national state. I think that is a big part of it. That is being eroded. But honestly, the more I think about it, one of the number one reasons is the trial by jury of your peers. That is one of the most powerful firewalls on human liberty ever devised. Because when a black-robed figure can simply just decide whether you're guilty or not. Well, as we can see, they are more often than not tools of the state. That's what they are. And you simply do not have true impartiality in any human. But the fact that you have a right to your own peers, your own neighbors and countrymen being your judge, that is powerful. That is an extraordinarily powerful mechanism to ensure. That's a firewall against state tyranny. It truly is. And one of the most important reasons. So that is a brilliant move by her to do a jury trial. Unfortunately, this will be a California jury, and she's got a hill to climb. But here's what I will say. There was no logical reason that the rebels in the American Revolution had any reason to believe they could ever defeat the British Empire. It was at that time the most powerful nation on the face of the earth. They had no reason to believe they could fight off that power again in the War of 1812, and yet it was done. This is the nature. This is the nature of fights. You often begin as the underdog, but it is not over till it's over. Koichi Shikishima in Godzilla -1 had no earthly reason to believe he could prevail against Godzilla, but he got in that plane and he flew his mission anyway. What does that symbolize? That symbolized the fact that you can't give up, folks. And it's not just about, it reminds me, I mentioned it before. It's one of my favorite captain diatribes in Star Trek ever. Star Trek Deep Space Nine. When Dr. Bashir and his brainiacs submit the plan to surrender, they submit a recommendation to Starfleet intelligence to surrender to the fascist Dominion, and because it's the only way to save lives. And Cisco won't have it. He's like, no, I don't care if the numbers say we can't win. We're not surrendering to the Dominion. And he's like, well, what's the point in that? Billions of people will die. We'll lose anyway. What's the point in fighting if we know we can't win? And Cisco says, first of all, I don't agree that we can't win, but he says, even if it's true, even if you're right, then if we're going to go down, then we're going to go down fighting. So that when our descendants rise up against the Dominion someday, they'll know what they're made of. That's the point. Even if you're going to go down, we're going to go down fighting. Because it's about the principle. And I think that's why Elon and Gina are in this. They're in this for the principle, because even if they lose, and I don't think she should settle. She should not settle, because even if it's not possible to win in court, it is possible to make a statement. This isn't about just Gina Carano, with all due respect to Gina. This isn't just about her. This isn't just about X and X's profitability. This is about we are finally fighting back in a real, meaningful way. This is a rebellion, folks. This is a rebellion against a growing, encroaching culture of silencing people, censorship, folks. This is a massively powerful moment. And honestly, it reminds me a great deal of the Bud Light thing. It's a lot like that to me, because I know so many people in my personal life who, yes, they did not like Bud Light having a, let's just say, in my personal opinion, a P-word transgender influencer representing them in an Instagram post. I consider that person that Bud Light associated with a deeply predatory person. Just my opinion. I just think I get that vibe. And all I will say is that while I knew a lot of people who did not like that, they were like, it's a beer. Who cares? If you don't like it, don't buy it. I'm like, no, that's not why this is important. This isn't important because Bud Light did a bad thing and they deserve to pay for it. That's not why this is important. This is important because what other ability do we have to fight back? They took away the dislike button on YouTube. At the time, Twitter was still controlled by the old guard. It's like they silence us, they censor us. There's things you can't say, there's things you can't do, to express yourself publicly and beyond the record of your opinion. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Well, you cannot buy a product. You can punish them with your wallet. And the fact of the matter is, we've been punishing the hell out of Disney, and they seem to love it. We've been punishing the hell out of them with our wallets for like 2 full years, and they still won't sink in with these idiots. This is a new front in the culture war. There is a legal cost. If massive corporation Disney undertakes to destroy a woman for her rather mild memes on Twitter, a price will be paid. There's a new sheriff in town. Yes, you may win this one. You may win this battle, but you're going to lose the war. That's what this is about. That is what this is about. They must feel the consequences of cancel culture, or this is never going to stop. It's only going to get worse. You think it's bad now? You think it's bad now? As Edmund Burke said, the only thing necessary for evil to succeed is for good men and women to do nothing. Well, that's why this is important. This is about striking a blow, and it should be the first of many such lawsuits. It is high time that the cancel pigs felt pain for what they inflict on the rest of us, because that's the only way they're going to stop. They're not going to stop because their movies fail. They're not going to stop because we point out how insane and sick their worldview is. They are only going to stop when actual real-world consequences force them to reconsider the next time that they decide to lie, defame, and destroy another human being, simply because that human being disagrees with them. And that is why I think this is a momentous day. This is a day for celebration. There you go. There you go. 1812, Skunk's Workshop points out. Redoubt Productions says, yes, not to mention, this was posted, that would be Gina's tweet about how oppression starts and grows. Not to mention, this was posted while individuals were going about the streets of cities and destroying property during the Summer of Love. Dude, it is like, I've read 1984. I've read that, or the original Orwellian, right? And it is exactly what we see. There literally are 4 ministries in the dystopian authoritarian world of that book, which is, there's the Ministry of Truth, which is the media. They're in charge of the lies and the propaganda. There's the Ministry of Love, which is the prison where the state tortures you, you know? Then there's 2 others. I forget what they are. What are the 4 ministries? Let's see, the 4 ministries in 1984. The Ministry of Truth, which regulates all forms of media, entertainment, and the arts. The Ministry of Peace, which presides over all aspects of war. The Ministry of Love, which is a form of judicial system. And the Ministry of Plenty, which governs economic affairs. And of course, people are always starving. There's always bread lines. There is no plenty. Dude, that's exactly how the woke work. Like, everything they say is the exact opposite of what it actually means. Inclusivity means, ew, gross. She's friends with Ben Shapiro, ruin her life. You know what I mean? It's like literally everything they stand for, what they say they stand for the exact polar opposite. We believe in democracy, which is why you shouldn't be allowed to vote, MAGA people. You know what I mean? Redoubt says, there is a clear and present double standard within the Walt Disney Company when it comes to handling what is acceptable of their employees' speech. Why is Pedro Pascal allowed is retained after making references between present-day politics and the actions of the Yahtzees and the Confederacy, and Gina Carano's employment is terminated for the same thing? Exactly. Because these are not principled people. That's why. They don't have actual principles, because if they had actual principles, they would see that problem and they would say, well, all right, company policy, employees of Disney Company, including actors, you're the face of the brand. You will not be allowed, you will not be retained if you engage in, let's say, highly controversial political dialogue online. That would be having a principle. And by the way, I'm fine with that. I am fine with a company saying, while you work here, you represent the brand, therefore, no posting one way or the other on political campaigns. Fair. That's fair. That would be a principle. But that is not something that Bob Iger or the Walt Disney Company or Kathleen Kennedy, that is not something they have. They don't have principles. They are greedy corporate raiders, and they don't care whether all they care about is what the public thinks of them. And they only care about that to the extent that it makes them money. They are the enemy, folks. They are the enemy. These people would sign away your rights and be happy. They will live with a golden parachute for the rest of their lives. Why they would happily lock us all back in our homes again and force us to order their products with delivery while bankrupting small mom and pop shops. These people, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, these freaks, Jeff Bezos, these scumbags would lock you in your home and take away everything you have and force you to live in their stupid matrix of dumb TV shows. So do not think of them as like, oh, they're just CEOs running company. These are the enemy, folks. These are the enemy of the people. They got to go down, and they're going down. It's happening. This is what it looks like. Stormcrow says, Captain Garrett, I have a world building question. I am developing, yeah, we probably need a change of topic, don't we? I have a world building question. I am developing a concept called the King's Law. I am intrigued. Imagine a set of laws that allow people like Punisher to exist. How do I write that realistically? Listen, Stormcrow, I love you, man. I don't know why you think I'm the expert on this. You know, I've written 2 books and I'm not willing to, this could be imposter syndrome on my part, I'll admit. But you're here and you trust the captain. So there you go. I have an answer for you, but I appreciate, you know what? I'll just say this. Thank you for, the vote of confidence. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I have a guilty conscience because I have more books to write and I got to get writing them. And so maybe I'm fighting my own battle with resistance. So there's that, but yes, so let's get into that. But your second point is to clarify the King's Law solidifies the power of the peasants. Guys like Tywin Lannister wouldn't even have the chance to commit his atrocities under the King's Law openly. Now, openly is an important word because there's always how society is supposed to function, and then there's how society actually functions. Those are always going to be 2 different things, no matter how good of a society you live in, right? And we see that all the time. In theory, we all have freedom of speech in the United States. In practice, it doesn't work out that way, does it? Now, I will tell you this. I think world building, I think I'm very good at creating characters. I think I'm really good with prose. I think I'm pretty good at constructing a plot and timelines that work really well. I think I can build a really emotional character arc. I think those are all things that I'm pretty strong at. Where I do actually struggle a little bit is world building. And that's probably because it's where to draw the line is kind of where I struggle with it, because there's so much possibility. If you're creating a fantasy world, you can just make anything. You can just make up anything. And so I do admire people that are very good at being disciplined, you know? And, but my approach to it is basically to just write it out. Like, write out what are those laws, then start thinking about, but how does that actually show up? And a friend of mine actually has a really good exercise that he suggested, which is write 3 little short stories that revolve around different characters in different places and socioeconomic statuses in your society. Like write a short story about, just for example, a merchant, then write a short story about a peasant farmer, and then a short story about a noble who lives in like one of the elite cities, let's say. And just have each story be about what life is like living under those rules, right? Create a little story around how those rules show up in their life. And I kind of look at it as for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So if there is a law that says, let's just give an example. Well, give me an example of one of your King's Laws. Put one of your King's Laws in the chat, and we'll take a look at that. But one thing that comes to my mind is you always need to consider how things backfire. right? There's always something that works well. And there's, in terms of like how a law shows up in a society or a cultural practice or a social moray, for example, but there's always an opposite case in which it turns into a bad thing, right? Even good laws can be tyrannical in certain circumstances, right? For example, in our society, we have it as our law that drug companies must submit to drug trials under very specific and regulated circumstances before they must prove the efficacy of their drug before they can release it to the wider market. So let's say they invent like a life-saving cancer drug. They cannot administer that drug until they've gone through the trials. Well, the problem is sometimes the trials are showing great promise, but for years, there were people that are like, hey, I've got cancer. I've got 1 year to live. Can I use your drug? No, you can't. The law literally prohibited dying people from taking a risk and trying an unproven drug that was showing promise, miracle promise, but they were not allowed to do it because it was not yet FDA approved. And then what would happen is you'd have someone who died of cancer 6 months later. The drug gets approved and now everyone can have it. And it might have saved that person's life if they had been allowed to take it. So there's an example of a law that is supposed to generally keep the public safe from drug companies just pushing, snake oil and getting people killed. But in this case, it becomes a tyranny because now there's this girl who's 13 years old who dies and could have been saved if she'd been allowed to take it. Well, what happened is the orange man, that would be Donald Trump, signed a piece of legislation called Right to Try, which now says that if you are diagnosed, you are terminally ill, and you want to try an unapproved drug, you have the right to do that, right? Now, you have to actually have a condition. You have to be diagnosed. It can't just be anybody. You can't just be like, oh, hey, I'll try that. No, you have to have a good reason. But if you have a good reason, what have you got to lose? You've got a terminal illness. You're going to die anyway. If you want to take that informed risk, that's up to you. That's your choice. I think that's a reasonable reform of that law. So anyway, there you go. So think of it as like every law, no matter how good and noble and laudable, frankly, the more noble the law, the more opportunity there is for it to somehow have a negative unintended consequence. I'm serious about this. There's like, the most well-meaning laws are often the ones that have the biggest unintended consequences. Here's a good example. You hear about billionaires all the time giving, like, donating. Here's a better example. We give all kinds of, we donate food. We donate food to starving countries, right? We go to countries where there's big problems with famine and hunger, like, say, Africa. We donate pallets and pallets and pallets of food because we want to take care of the people. Now, that's generally considered a good thing, right? We're giving people food who are starving. Here's the problem. What happens if you are a struggling farmer and you're trying to sell your crops, and suddenly a benevolent country is giving pallets and pallets and pallets of the crops you are growing to people for free? What does that do to the price of your crop? Well, it destroys it. Now you are raising a crop that is worthless because people can just go get it for free off the pallets. You now go out of business. You can no longer afford to farm your land. Your land is no longer producing food. And now you are lining up to get the free food. And so essentially, by trying to conquer hunger, by giving people free food, you actually wind up making it worse. See where I'm going with this? This is how you have to think of your king's laws, right? Think of all the little ways that they open up opportunities for corruption. Think of all the ways that they might have unintended consequences, and look at how, people who love these laws, how it benefits them, right? So you say, so Stormcrow says, thou shalt not suffer a false speaker in power. Oh, that's a juicy one right there. Well, we're kind of seeing that. We're, hello, disinformation. That disinformation. So you're basically saying that if anyone is able to claim that a leader, let's say a prince, if it can be shown by the laws of this society that the prince is speaking falsely, he can be removed from power. Well, that's great. That's great for corrupt people because All they need to do is get a couple of sympathetic judges to say, this actually, I'm saying this as this could be fun in your storytelling. It's like you've got this really heroic noble. Let's say he's like a Robb Stark. Let's just say he's like a Robb Stark, a really good, well-meaning guy. And he winds up in power, and his city has been suffering for years and years and years. And nobody, and all the politicians are corrupt. A kind of Gotham City kind of situation. All the politicians are corrupt. But here's a guy who really does care. He really does care about the people. He really wants to clean up the city and make things good for the little guy. And so he starts calling out all the corrupt people in the city. And he starts talking about how they've been lying to the people, and they've been stealing, and they've been running criminal empires, and he's going to clean it up. Well, the way I see it is those corrupt people would probably go paying off some judges, and they'd say, let's get him declared a false speaker, then we can have him removed from power. There you go. So how are you going to solve that problem, right? Well, I'm not actually saying you have to solve that problem. I'm actually saying that's a feature, not a bug, right? Because now you would have to establish in your world, are these laws fulfilled faithfully? If so, how is that accomplished? How is that done well? You know, how much of, that's the thing to think about, right? But don't overlook the opportunity in how bad people can abuse these laws, because literally what I just described is what is happening in our society right now. Essentially, the term disinformation is being used as a weapon to declare people false speakers and then remove them from power. That's basically what it is. So anyone that questions the message is declared a false speaker. So there you go. Mass Effect, you mentioned Mass Effect, like the Justicars, I think were very brilliantly done, okay? The Justicars in Mass Effect are the Asari sort of warrior monks, and they have this code. And the code literally spells out in detail that they're kind of like heroes. They go around the galaxy, and their job is to right wrongs, okay? And they have a code. They live by this code. The code says, if you see a corrupt cop, you are obligated to kill them immediately. Doesn't matter the situation. If you see a cop take money for a bribe, it doesn't matter anything else they've done in their life. Doesn't matter if they're a good father or not. Doesn't matter if the laws of the area you're in forbid it. You kill them. Now that's pretty interesting, because it basically says, here's these people that they're feared, but they also have this rigid code they can never defy ever. Well, the brilliant thing about how they accomplished this in Mass Effect, the character Samara, one of your squad mates, is this type of person. What I liked about it is I think that the wrong way to do that would be to say that they're always heroes and they always do the right thing. Kind of sort of the opposite. Like when you meet Samara, the idea of her sounds great. She's this warrior for justice, and she goes out around the galaxy righting wrongs. She's actually kind of scary. She's actually kind of scary because she points out that, like, she wanders to villages, right? And people come up to her with all their problems. And it's a sort of like, help me, my neighbor is stealing my whatever. And it's like, solve this for me. And she kind of has a be careful what you wish for mentality, because if I find out that you have lied about your neighbor and you attempted to falsely persuade me to stop them, I'm now obligated to kill you, right? So you might actually get the opposite of what you want, right? Because I live by this code. So the flip side of that is she's a problem. People don't want her in town because if she kills a corrupt cop, it's going to screw up the power balance in the area. In other words, there are unintended consequences for what Justicars do. Even Shepard, the character you're playing as, there's a problem, right? Which is, what if Shepard does a renegade action in front of Samara? Will Samara kill him? Well, she deals with this and says, I must swear an oath to you so that I'm not forced to choose between the code and you. And then that allows her, but she says, but I must warn you, when I'm released from my service, if you make me do anything super dishonorable, I'll have to kill you. And it's like, now I think that's very clever world building, because it's saying that, like, just because you have a code of justice does not make you like a great like a great hero all the time necessarily. Like you could be just as dangerous to the stability of a situation as you could a help, you know? Yes, she might kill a corrupt criminal, but what if that leaves a power vacuum that invites an even worse criminal to take power? You know, even though a cop, there's reasons sometimes why cops are sort of looking the other way, because it's like, I got to deal with the lesser of two evils, right? So that's how I would think about it. You said, funnily enough, Stormcrow says, my judges are more like specters from Mass Effect and the judges from Dread. It is essentially a religious right to cleanse corruption from nobles and peasants alike. So the way I would look at it is there's the legal side and then there's the cultural side. And the cultural side is how are these figures viewed? Do people agree to this? Do people rebel against it? Like, to what extent does the population go along with it? If so, why? If not, why not? That's kind of how I would look at it. So, cough button. Judge Dredd is a great example, right? Because Judge Dredd, he does kind of represent that character who, even by judge standards, he will do whatever the law requires. If the law requires a death sentence, he'll pretty much do it. Doesn't even matter. It's kind of his superpower, right? But it's also his curse, because it's also why he will not simply abandon a mission, even when that mission is basically suicidal. Like that Dredd movie with Carl Urban is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And what I like about that movie is, you know, everyone else except Judge Dredd seems to view this as a suicidal situation. You know, the security guy locks himself in the clinic and's like, I'm not going to help you. Mama's going to kill everyone in this block. I'm not taking part. I'm neutral. Then you've got Judge Anderson. She's a rookie. She's terrified. What are we going to do? We're trapped in here. You've got Mama, who's like, doesn't matter what you do. You're dead. You're mine. There's no way out. You're trapped. Then you get to Judge Dredd, and he's like, he says, call it, rookie. He's trapped in this block with every criminal has immediate orders to shoot him on sight. He has no backup. He has no reasonable expectation he's going to survive. However, when a mob of criminals is descending on him, rather than deal with them as efficiently as possible, he says to Judge Anderson, call it, rookie. What? He's like, you're on assignment. Call it. Or no. What did he say? You're on assessment, because he's assessing her. This is her training. He's like, you're on assessment. Call it. And she's like, multiple hostiles coming from an elevated position. Gas grenades. He's like, correct. And then he deploys gas grenades. I love that. I love that moment so much, because it illustrates that to Dredd, yeah, impossible situation, unsurmountable odds. It's a Wednesday. You know what I mean? Like, to him, that's the job. That's just the job. That's cool, folks. Like, that is super cool. Now, the flip side of this is that it's also a bit insane. That attitude is a little bit insane. Because Judge Dredd is in deep shit in this situation. He has no reasonable expectation he's going to survive. And a lot goes wrong in that movie on the way. But the funny thing is, you kind of see like there's a great bad guys close in segment of the film where Anderson has been abducted, and Dredd is kind of on the run a little bit. And you get this feeling that Dredd is having a little bit of a moment of doubt. Like, to the extent the man is even capable of doubt, he's having a little bit of a moment of doubt. And that's right before he gets on the loudspeaker and he gives that brilliant speech where he's just like, peach trees. In case you've forgotten, this block lives under the same laws as the rest of the city. Mama is not the law. I am the law. Oh my God, I love that part so much. Mama is a common criminal. Guilty of the distribution of the drug known as slow-mo. Guilty of something else, I can't remember. Guilty of murder, and is, as of this moment, under sentence of death. Anyone who obstructs me in carrying out my duty will be treated as an accessory to her crimes. You have been warned. And to you, Mama, Judgment time. That's right, folks. I have almost memorized that speech because I love it so much. I literally watch it on YouTube for fun. So like, I love that speech because it literally encapsulates everything about his character, his moral code, his uncompromising nature, the fact that he is actually the one to be feared. It's like they're locked in with me, not the other. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. That's basically what that speech is. It's freaking great, folks. It's freaking great. So I say that's a good example for you, Stormcrow, because it shows you the strengths and the weaknesses of a character who lives that rigidly. I would say the more rigid someone lives by a code, the more difficult choices they should actually have. Like, this is one of my complaints about Captain Janeway in Star Trek Voyager. I felt that of all the Star Trek captains, she was the most rigid in applying the principles of the Federation. She was the most rigid. Anyone who asked for asylum, she would totally grant it. Any wounded POW under her care, she would defy any odds to protect that POW, even if that POW was also her enemy, such as in the 8472 episode, right? Where she's, so all the time she's willing to make these dramatic, like absolutely dramatic, hardline stands on Federation principles. And I have no problem with that. That's fine. The problem I have is that the plot would often let her off the hook. She would often have sort of plot armor that allowed her to get out of it, even though it's like, no, you literally just sentenced your whole crew to death. How are you going to get out of this? How are you going to protect this 8472 and fight off all these Hirogen hunters that have you surrounded? How are you going to do that? That's great. That's a great dramatic story. I wanted to see that. Instead, what I got was 7 of 9 just beamed the POW over to the Hirogen ship, and they went away. And 7 of 9 saved Janeway and saved her crew, and it's like, and that's great for 7 of 9's character, but it annoys me for Janeway's character because it lets her off the hook. So for me, what I'm telling you is, I think the more hardline a character is with a moral code, the more interesting the situation becomes when they stick to those principles. So, yeah, that's what I would say is like, what does this look like for the everyday person? Are these like enforcers? You kind of see in the Judge Dredd world, you see the way judges are perceived, right? The way judges are perceived is kind of a mixed bag. On the one hand, the average citizen, they almost never see them. So that's number one. They almost never see them. They're rare. And literally the only thing stopping the whole city from descending into total anarchy is the judges. They are the only thing stopping the city from totally collapsing. And there's barely enough of them to even handle, I think Judge Dredd says they can only handle like 2% of all crimes, which is nothing. So in a way, they're kind of like Batman. It's mostly their reputation that keeps law and order. It's not even their actual presence. So that's number one. You kind of get a sense of how present they are in the society. Turns out they're rare, even though they're sorely needed. When they show up, most of the characters are pretty happy to see them. They're like, yes, a judge is here. Yay, we're saved. On the other hand, criminals see them so rarely that criminals don't even actually seem to fear them that much. The criminals think of them as a kind of myth. It's like, oh, it's a judge. Oh, big deal. We'll gun him down. And then they find out how wrong they are. They find out real quick how wrong they are. You know what I mean? Another great scene in that Carl Urban movie, the very first scene when he's chasing the criminals and it looks like it's a dangerous chase. And then they open fire on him and he's like, okay. And he's like dodging the fire and you're thinking, oh, this is dangerous. He's in trouble here, right? And then they're like, Judge Dredd, do you need backup? And he's like, no. And I'm like, what? That's awesome. And then they they run over a guy and Judge Dredd says, okay, they just took out an innocent. I'm taking him down. And I'm like, wait, that was you just chilling? Like, so basically the first half of the chases, he's fine. He's not even breaking a sweat. Them shooting at him, that's no big deal. Then they take out an innocent. He's like, okay, they're going down. That's badass, folks. That shows you exactly how the judges work. It shows you how wrong the criminals are. The idea they have in their head of what judges are, how wrong it can be because they almost never see them. It's fascinating. It's very fascinating. The flip side of it is the average citizen may be happy when they see a judge, but then when the judge says, I see that you are, breaking X law, you're now going to spend a year in the ISO cube. What? I'm just a restaurant owner, Judge. I have to cut quarters for a living. The inspection code says you cannot have XYZ in your restaurant. You're in the ISO cube. Take them away. Now, see, that's pretty cool because that shows you that, yes, you may think you want a judge to come to your neighborhood, but do you really? It's so funny. This is how brilliant this film is. Every single one of these things I'm saying, I immediately think of an example in the film that shows this. Does not tell you this. This is important. They show, they do not tell. This is a thing that the wokies, they do not understand this principle. Good writers show, they don't tell. Okay, there's a scene in which Judge Anderson, the rookie, and Judge Dredd are first walking into the Peach Trees block, and they see a homeless man who is begging for spare change in the doorway of the block. And he stops her, and he's like, rookie, assessment. And she's like, vagrancy, minimum 1 year in the ISO cube, but prioritize murders? Correct. And then he points at the homeless guy, and he says, don't be here when we get back. So what that's illustrating is that, this is a judge. This is a judge. There is not enough of them to handle even 98% of all the violent, horrific crimes going on in the city at any given moment. However, this man is breaking the law, and he will punish him for breaking the law, no matter how minuscule it may seem. However, he's also practical. He understands that, he doesn't have time to bust every homeless guy that he sees. That's pretty cool. That's a great save the cat moment for Dredd, by the way, because he lets the homeless guy slide. He says, correct, don't be here when we get back, okay? Then they go into the block. Now, this is the best part. As he's walking out of the block after they've investigated the murders, the homeless man is still there. He did not listen to the judge's warning, and Dredd notices this, and he says, that's it, you were warned, get up, you're going to the cubes. Of course, then the events of the movie happen, and he gets interrupted, the door comes down and squishes the homeless guy, and that's the end of that. But what I love about it is, yes, Dredd was willing to make an exception to his code just because of practicality. Not sympathy, practicality. But then when he saw that the homeless guy did not listen to him, then he's like, oh, screw it, now you're going to jail. I think that's brilliant. That is amazing character development. That's amazing world building because that's a mini story. That's telling me a mini story about how the judges work in this world. To what extent are they overbearing? To what extent are they lenient? So that's how I would look at it, Stormcrow. In your world, write little moments like that. Write little moments like that Judge Dredd seeing the homeless guy and sort of letting him slide, but then seeing him a second time being like, oh, that's it. Now you've done it. You've gone and done it now. That's a pretty great way of showing how these laws work in practice, right? Because in theory, Dredd should have arrested him. On paper, Dredd should have just arrested him. He broke the law, you arrest him. Right? But how does that really work in the world? The movie does a great job of showing you that. And as Redoubt Productions point out, I am the law. Dude, Dredd is a great character. Walker, Texas Ranger, Wrangler point. Yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, I hear that the Timothy Oliphant series also, Justified, was really good. That's kind of one of those that's always been on my watch list of I got to watch Justified because I hear that was a really good show. But yeah, Walker, Texas Ranger. I actually think there's actually a lot of good historical backing for your idea, Stormcrow, because there actually are a lot of civilizations that have had codes like this of some kind, one or another. And, it depends on the morality of the society. You know what I mean? Because I think that one of the things we're facing today is that we have freedom, but freedom without virtue it turns out that's actually pretty worthless. Freedom without virtue is pretty worthless. In other words, a society where anything goes is doomed. It's going to destroy itself, right? Because just do what you feel, that's a bad way to run a society. Now, I do believe in maximum individual liberty for every human being. I'm a libertarian. I am an Americanist. I believe in maximum individual liberty. Also, but what I've come to realize later in life is that without morality, that freedom will degrade. And that's exactly what we're seeing. The woke mind virus is the product of moral bankruptcy in our society. And I'm not even just blaming leftists. This kind of goes for both sides, right and left. We have it started out as we were a free market society in which you were rewarded for your ideas, you retained the sweat of your brow, and I think that morphed into a kind of corporate consumerism that has just taken over everything. And the problem with corporate consumerism is that all it cares about is more consumption. That's all it cares about. Now, I am not saying we need a Green New Deal or any of that bullshit. I do not think this is necessarily a legal issue. I don't know that we can construct a society in which you can't make companies be ethical. You can't make them be moral. Yes, you can pass laws against stealing and bribery and whatever, but you can't make a company do things for the right reasons. That's a cultural thing. So what I would ask of yourself as you're creating this world is, what is the cultural moral state of your society? Are they a moral society? Are they a degenerate society? In the case of Judge Dredd, it's basically a degenerate society that has turned to a kind of fascist judge system as a last-ditch effort to keep things together. So, but in the case of I guess Mass Effect and the Justicars, they actually are a feature of a healthy society. The Asari civilization is very healthy. It's very moral. It's very open and free. And everyday Asari are pretty okay with the Justicars. They kind of see them as heroes. They kind of just stay out of their way. You know what I mean? And I think that so culturally, the Asari in Mass Effect basically they support the Justicars, and that's an important dynamic of that. So you got to ask yourself, where is the actual temperature of your culture in regards to these characters, these beings? And that may change over time. There may be eras of grand heroes and great deeds, and then there may be eras of degeneracy and moral depravity, where your equivalent of these judges are basically they can be bribed and they're kind of an extortion racket. I mean, just take the commissars in the USSR. The idea of the commissar was they're supposed to enforce the actual quote morals of communism, right? Which is they're supposed to enforce the ideology of everybody is equal, everybody gets enough to eat, everybody gets dignity and respect, nobody is above anyone else. That's why everyone is a comrade. In theory, the commissars were essentially moral caretakers of the movement. But what they actually became was completely corrupt little tyrants that everyone hated but was afraid of, right? So you got to ask yourself, what is the actual morality of your society? And that's how I would get at it. Wrangler says, having a rookie makes for fertile exhibition conversation that doesn't annoy. And Wrangler says that was horribly worded, but you get the point. Yeah. There you go. What else we got in the stack of stuff? What else we got? Dude, this actually, okay, you want it? Let's share something that made the captain happy. Let's do that. And we're going to see Az again. We got a twofer on Az on the stream today. So just to give you a little bit of background, okay, I love Mass Effect. It's my favorite video game franchise ever. I love the future. I love space travel. I love, Star Trek is my jam, that or used to be. And I love a world where you can just get immersed in exploring the stars. It's my favorite thing. So naturally, when Bethesda announced they were coming out with an open world, futuristic space travel exploration game, I was cautiously excited. I personally think that the video game industry is sort of like if the theater industry is like in the total woke shitter and Hollywood is up here and it's descending ever deeper into the woke shitter, I think video games are like hot on Hollywood's heels. I think video games are just they're going right down the tubes as far as the wokeness goes. So just in general, I am nervous. I am nervous about any new video game that looks good because I'm like, but will it really? Or is it going to be packed with the message? But in any case, I played Starfield for about 3 hours. And I'm going to tell you, quite aside from the fact that, yes, they do ask you to choose your pronouns in the beginning of the game, gross. But anyway, even though they ask you to do that, put that aside for 1 minute. As I'm playing the game, I become aware of how absolutely, unbelievably boring the opening to this game is. I mean, Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas. These are all Bethesda games that are fairly brilliant. And they all start with a dynamite opening that gets you right into the story, gets you right into your character. You've got there's always such an interesting, like, gimmick. You know, I mean that in a good way, like a gimmick that each of your protagonists has in all those games. Like in the case of, let's say, Skyrim, you're the Dragonborn, and you've got to stop the dragon plague. That's pretty cool. Like, that's a really cool hook. I guess that's what I mean. Not a gimmick, but a hook. That's a really good hook for the story, right? You're the Dragonborn. In the case of Fallout 4, you are a survivor of before the bombs fell, and you get cryogenically frozen, and now you're looking for your son that's been abducted. That's a great hook for your character. It gets you very invested, very interested right off the bat. And then you can explore and you can build workshops and all that great stuff. But there's a hook and a through line that is pulling you through the game, and it's immediately fun. And it gives you the ability to customize it kind of in your head and in the game, the choices your character makes, their personality, who they are as a person. I love all that. Starfield opens with you're in a mine, and you are mining. Okay? You are going to go investigate an artifact they've uncovered. Oh, gee. Another lost ancient alien civilization with magical artifacts. Where have I seen this before? I don't know. Mass Effect and every other science fiction futuristic game. No disrespect to Mass Effect, but can we try something else? Forerunners, Halo, hello. It's like every single one of these. It's like, okay, it's a bit cliched, is my point. But fine, you need something to get you going. You get the artifact and you have a vision. Another vision. Okay, this is another cliche. We need to ditch this, people. It's not a particularly interesting vision. There's not a clear danger to the galaxy. And there's really not even a clear reason why your character needs to, like, report this vision to the authorities. And there is such a thing as two open world in the beginning, because usually they make you kind of do one main story mission just to get you going. And then they let you kind of jump off and do your own thing. And you can go, build houses or save settlements or do side quests later. But they always want you to do one mission to kind of get your feet. In Starfield, basically they say, you got to go report this vision to the authorities. Here's your ship. Go have fun. Where am I going again? Okay, fine. And I'm going to tell you, the space combat was the most maddening, slow, clunky thing I've ever experienced. It was not fun. I could not figure out how to travel to another star system. It was bizarre. Like the way you interface with the galaxy was very counterintuitive. Then I'm fighting some pirates, and I couldn't help but think, like, every setting in this game is generic. It all feels like a copy-paste job. The color palette, I know this sounds nitpicky, but the color palette is bland. Now listen, Mass Effect Andromeda was not the best game ever, but say one thing for Mass Effect Andromeda, it was beautiful. The game was gorgeous. You go to desert planets, you go to ice planets, you go to an airless asteroid. I mean, you go to very cool places in Mass Effect Andromeda. That part of it was glorious. That part of it, the technology in Andromeda was glorious. I loved the way the futuristic settlements looked. Everything looked functional. Everything looked lived in. Yes, things look functional in Starfield, but they look almost hyper-functional, if that makes any sense. They look almost bland in how accurate they are to something real. And I know that may sound counterintuitive, but really, if you play the game, I think you'll see what I mean. It just feels lifeless, right? So, no compelling story, no compelling character arc. The world feels strangely empty. That's the other thing. I land on an alien planet. It looks like the last alien planet I landed on. So I could go on. But I'm just going to tell you, I found this game boring in the extreme, quite aside from any political issues with it. And I quit. I was like, screw this game. This is boring. I'm not going to play any more of this. Well, frack you, I was right. Frack you, I was right. This game sucks, okay? And take it away, Az. Take it away. How is Starfield doing? I want to know.
Hey, do you remember a game called Starfield? No?
Okay, good.
Not ringing a bell? I get where you're coming from. Well, that's just the thing. Nobody's playing it. And so this Xbox exclusive is becoming very, very less exclusive.
Hat tip heel versus babyface. Link is in the description. Give him a like, give him a follow. Classy guy. I hear he's from New Zealand.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs Babyface. It's been about 5 months or so since the release of Starfield, and there was a guy who I know who might have had a little bit of something to say about it at the time. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off.
Epic!
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
Pronouns! Now that rant occurred about 7 or so hours into the game, actually on the second part of the playthrough of Starfield that I was doing at the time. Why did I get so sick? Well, it was just the stupidness of the game. The fact that we had that ridiculous bit at the beginning because some people can't open their pants and see what they've got inside of it. And then the game itself was...
Oh my God, that's right. I forgot about that. So when you're setting up your character, folks, the days when it was choose your gender, male or female, those days are over. Now it's body type 1, body type 2. So it's like, so in other words, your gender has nothing to do with whether you have a dick. That's basically it. It's like, oh my God. I mean it when I say the woke movement is a dehumanizing movement. It strips us of our natural, nature-endowed, just physicality. Like, it strips of us our natural identities. Anyway, roll tape.
Well, for want of a better phrase... But that's just it. We had the nonsense at the beginning, this boring ass 7 hours of gameplay, and then the straw that broke the donkey's back was talking to some chick who was telling me that she was a clone of a dude.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life...
Dude, this is what I'm talking about, right? You look around the imagery here, and you've got the just dull grays, brown, red, just these earth tones everywhere. Nothing looks lively. Nothing looks intriguing. This looks like what? You know what it looks like? It looks like the wharf at like a commercial dockyard. Where it's like commercial, like cargo containers and stuff. And look, I'm not saying that everywhere you go in the game has to look like Pandora in Avatar or something. I'm just saying there are games that do this well. No Man's Sky, Mass Effect. Mass Effect does this kind of setting well. This is just drab to me.
Life's good.
And to be honest with
Let me rewind that.
he's back, was talking to some chick who was telling me that she was a clone of a dude.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
And to be honest with you, that was enough. I then proceeded to play the game for another 19 hours, and it never got any better. The game was, well, take it away, Az. After that, there has been no inclination whatsoever to return to the game because it's not fun. Simple as. Some people online decided that that was a really good opportunity to try and have a go, try and get a cancellation attempt going. Look at this middle-aged, bald white boy having a go at the far left sacred cow. Hell, even Mr. Bean's gay lover, who had just come out of a cancellation attempt to pull down his channel for speaking his mind, also decided to get in on the fun. I got myself a nickname because of him, the Silverback. He got one as well. Act ma'am.
Excuse me, it's ma'am. It is ma'am.
No, it's all good fun and games. Don't you worry about it, chat. The simple fact of the matter was that the discourse surrounding Starfield was, and I'm not trying to be egotistical here, at me.
Have you ever shoved anything in your own ass? Of course. Duh.
It was around that rant. It had nothing to do with Starfield as a game. It's gameplay. It's fun. It's excitement. It's incredible universe. No, the discourse was about a dude that lost his shit because he's sick and tired of current deisms in a game that was the first brand new IP from this once great company in 20 years being once more with feeling as the ultimate hilarity being that the Portlandian land whales that were trying to have a go at me were having a go because of the pronoun rant and the gender ideology rant. They weren't having a go at me because of Starfield. Nobody cared about Starfield because the game wasn't good.
These are facts, and facts don't care about your feelings.
5 months after the launch of the game, I can post up a nice little bit of bait on Twitter and get a response like this. Love, he sees this as a win. That's because it is. You fucktard. So, okay, that's a typical exchange on social media. But here's the hilarity of this little situation. By the way, how's Starfield doing these days? I don't know. I've never played it.
So he's literally got a Twitter troll who's lighting him up because he hated the game, but also has never played it and heard it was mediocre, and that's all.
To a modern gaming audience.
Have you ever shoved anything in your own ass? Of course. Duh.
In fact, the detractors in the comment section are more interested in sticking phallic objects into my mouth, which, by the way, is Digital Grape, and I've reported you to the complete and utterly legitimate West Yorkshire Police Department. You know, the one that's affiliated with Roblox. But none of them, absolutely none of them, are defending Starfield in any way, shape, or form. Because it was never about Starfield. It was always about their ideology being pissed on, and Starfield is crap. So let's now rewind the clock, shall we, to June of 2023. Bethesda exec explains why Starfield being Xbox exclusive is a good thing.
It's a good
After
thing.
all, Microsoft bought Bethesda so that they could take their catalog of games going forward and start to make them Xbox exclusive, something which the Xbox had had a trouble with in the past, getting those exclusive titles and to compete against Sony's PlayStation. Bethesda's head of publishing, Pete Hines, has provided a reason why the upcoming spacefaring RPG Starfield, being an Xbox exclusive, is actually a good thing. Despite some gamers creating a petition to bring Starfield to PlayStation 5, that's most definitely not going to happen. And there are a couple of explanations for that decision. The first reason being the aforementioned acquisition of Bethesda by Microsoft. And then the second reason, there's no question in my mind this is a quote, that being able to focus on fewer platforms to support, hardware to support, has been a big benefit to the team. In other words, not worrying about the idiosyncrasies of two console ecosystems has allowed the developers to work more efficiently, and quality assurance can get in more rounds of testing when there is only one platform to deal with, Hines explained, citing an example of putting 100 testers on an Xbox build versus splitting the workforce in two. Now, you can test a game and you can make sure that it runs fine and there are no bugs, but it's Bethesda, so that's bullshit for a start. But one thing that you can't fix, oh my god, we're gonna have to put it in again, is boring! You simply can't fix boring. And currently, this masterpiece sits at mixed reviews overall.
That picture's hilarious. It's an masterpiece.
With nearly 93,500 of them provided. And also, the most recent reviews, which has been this way for quite some time, sits at mostly negative. So where, therefore, do Microsoft go from here? Well, I'm sure the modders will sort it out. Don't you worry.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
Starfield multiplayer modders give up because the game is trash. So the modding team has decided not to bother with the game. Explaining more on their Discord server, the team said, quote, I didn't realize until after I actually started playing the damn game a week after launch, the game is boring, bland, and the main draw of Bethesda games, exploration in a lively and handcrafted world, was completely gone. A final...
That is such an important point there. It's like, that is what made Bethesda games so great. Like Skyrim, Fallout, you know, I recently started playing Fallout 3 again, you know, and I hadn't played it in years. And one of the reasons why is because I played it back when it came out, like, I don't know, it's more than 10 years ago, well over 10 years ago now. And I remember I rarely did this at that time, because that was back when Blockbuster was still in business and you could rent a game and try it and then return it if you didn't like it. Man, that was a good model. That was a great model. I missed that model, okay? But anyway, so I was like, no, I'm not even going to rent it. I'm just going to buy it, and we're going live. We're going live. And I wish I could test games now. But I returned Starfield for a refund. I did, and I got one, which made me very happy. I'm like, just refund this shit. I don't want to play any more of this. Anyway, so I get home, I play Fallout 3. I played it for months. I love the hell out of it. That game, though, is so depressing. It is so depressing. The Capital Wasteland is bleak. It is bleak. It is lifeless. Anyway, Fallout 4 is also bleak. However, there's a lot of just lively, just great little things in it. Like, you know, saving the synths from the Institute. The really amazing Diamond City. That is an amazing environment. I love all the characters in there. They're so much fun to talk to. I love the Minutemen story and building the settlements and bringing life back to the wasteland. That's such a cool element. So there's lots of fun stuff. Then you get to Far Harbor, which I love. Far Harbor. It's this foggy, creepy island in Maine. There's always an atmosphere when you're playing a Bethesda game. The music, the mood. There's a mood to these games. It's really amazing. It'll start raining in Fallout, and you'll see the little dots of rain on your helmet visor. It's like, and it's while you're building something in the middle of the night for your colony. There's just cool elements like that, right? And the thing that makes it work is always the characters, the liveliness. Anyway, so I started playing Fallout 3 again, and my memory of it was that it was so bleak. But the funny thing was, when I started playing it again, I'm like, damn, this game is fun. This game is very engaging. I just raced through, like, so many different little side quests. And even though the world is bleak in Fallout 3, the characters are fun. The characters have quests that are intriguing. You know, like you go to this city called Megaton. And it's this big city in a crater, and at the bottom of the crater is an undetonated nuclear bomb from the nuclear war. And there's a stranger who approaches you and says, hey, first there's a lawman in town who wants you to disarm it if you can, because even though technically it's never gone off and nobody thinks it will, what if it does, you know? And wouldn't it be better if we just quietly disarmed it? But we don't want to publicly disarm the bomb because there's a cult called the Children of Adam that value it, and that would offend them and start a religious war. So he needs someone skillful to do this. Meanwhile, a mysterious stranger approaches you in the bar and says, hey, you know that bomb down there? I'll pay you a lot of money if you can set it off. What? Why do you want me to blow up the town? That's not important. You don't need to know the reasons. All you need to know is there's a lot of money in it for you, and, my employer has a vested interest. Dude, that is one little teeny tiny side quest in the game. Listen to how intriguing that is right off the jump. You are put in the position of either doing nothing and just forget about it, I don't care, or disarming the bomb and being the good guy, or blowing up the town and watching it burn. That is fantastic. And then there's the mystery. Why does this guy want me to blow it up? Who would possibly want to blow up an innocent town? Well, it turns out as you play the game further, there is a tower in the wasteland called Tenpenny Tower, and the rich, wealthy owner of Tenpenny Tower who lives on the top floor, he loves his view of the wasteland, but he hates that his view is ruined by this junk town called Megaton. It's an eyesore, and he just wants to get rid of it because he hates how it looks, so it's ruining his skyline. So that's why he pays this asshole to detonate this bomb. I think that's pretty genius. That's pretty funny. That's interesting. It makes you curious. Well, that's why people play Bethesda games. Starfield has none of that charm. It just doesn't have any of that intriguing value. There's no clever little moral conundrums like that. So I just think that's such a brilliant point in this video, in this article that Az is reading in the video.
Word from the mod team seems to sum up many feelings. I won't be continuing development on Starfield together. I'm not going to put my heart and soul into a mod for a game as mediocre as this. That's why 5 months later, I've still got the flagged pronoun weirdos after me, because to them it was never about the game. It was always about the attack on their ideology. The game itself, Starfield, there's no discourse around it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about Starfield, which leads us to here. Exclusive. Microsoft plans Starfield launch for PlayStation 5. The ultimate signal of defeat by Microsoft. For weeks now, rumors have persisted regarding Microsoft's intentions to release a number of first-party games on rival platforms. That list of games also includes Bethesda Game Studios' Starfield. According to sources, we understand that currently Microsoft is planning a launch for Starfield on PlayStation 5 post the release of their already announced Shattered Space expansions for the Xbox and PC. We've also been informed that Microsoft have made additional investment into PlayStation 5 dev kits to support ongoing development efforts, adding further fuel to the fire. Releasing Starfield on PlayStation 5 contradicts the original statement around exclusivity made by President of Xbox Sarah Bond during the Xbox and Bethesda Game Studios Summer Showcase of 2021. This to me boils down to two major factors. Number one, the mitigated failure of the Xbox in this current console generation. I'll also add the PlayStation 5 to that as well. I think both of them have been massively underwhelming indeed. And secondly, the absolute failure of Starfield. Microsoft bought Bethesda Game Studios to grab these exclusivities going forward to elevate the Xbox. However, it's failed miserably. Bethesda have failed miserably, and Starfield as an ongoing franchise has failed miserably. Putting it on the PlayStation 5 will shift some more copies. Will it save Starfield? No, not in the slightest, because now people on the PlayStation can see how bland, and boring and vacuous and empty the game actually is. All it had to do was come at the cost of the Fallout franchise and the Elder Scrolls franchise. Because who gives a fuck about them, eh? I'll see you in the next video. You take care.
Nice one. Nice one, Az. There he is. There he goes. The great heels versus babyface. And I agree with you, Redoubt. Like, I cannot take the word modern anymore. It's like, it's crap. It just means anything modern audiences. It turns, look, I'm an old soul, okay? Why did I write a novel called Blood and Oak that takes place in 1803 about tall ships and swashbuckling adventures against pirates? Well, because they were simpler times, you know, not better times, simpler times. Times in which you couldn't pull a cell phone out of your pocket and hide from the world, you know? And I'm guilty of it too. Don't believe me. I literally at times don't know what to do with myself if I don't pull out my phone. I swear to God, I've stared at apps on my phone and not even launched one before. Like, apps on my phone. This feels right. You know what I mean? It's like there's something wrong about that. So listen, I yearn. I think one thing that plagues humanity is we need frontiers. I think Elon Musk is right about this. This is that, you know, people say, oh, he wants to get to Mars to save us from climate change and the death of Earth. No, that's not actually it. Or at least I don't think it is. What he talks about is he wants to open a new frontier. Because, in other words, it's not the physical world he's trying to save. It's the psychological world of the human mind that he's trying to save, right? We are a species that has run out of frontiers. Elon Musk considers that a serious crisis for humanity because if we don't have another horizon to explore, well, we start to eat each other is kind of his basic idea. And that's may explain some of what our societies are going through right now. And I tend to think he's got a point. I think he's onto something with that. We need the final frontier. We need it because we humans have a natural inborn urge to explore and to go places, to seek out new life and new civilizations. That's what we were born to do, folks. It's what we were born to do. And where was I going with that? I honestly don't remember. I'm all over the place. But, you know, I completely... Thanks, Captain. Thanks, Captain. You just completely interrupted yourself and screwed up the whole point. When Fu Man Blue says, eat each other manifests as war. Exactly. It does. It really does. And if my original point comes to me, I will get back to it. But here's the deal with Starfield. It's like, I think what Az is saying is not at all controversial. 10 years ago, if you just said this was a boring, mediocre game, I didn't like it, then that would be the discussion. All players are saying they don't like the game. Bethesda really screwed up with this one. What's strange about our situation is that him saying that is controversial. Why? Because it's a game that lets you choose your pronouns. And we're not allowed to hate a game that is so stunning and brave as to allow you to choose they, them, and dehumanize yourself as a character in the game. We're not allowed. So in other words, it's about protecting the message, right? And so this is yet another example of like why there's kind of no hope for these video games in, you know, because Fallout 76 is hot garbage, folks. I wanted to like that game so badly, I downloaded it, played it, uninstalled it. Downloaded it again, played it a little harder than the last time, really tried to like it, deleted it, uninstalled it. Got really, you know, I was just desperate for some Fallout in my life, new Fallout. I need new Fallout in my life. I downloaded it a third time, folks. I uninstalled it. That game is crap. It is crap. It is so boring. There is no story. There are no choices. There is nothing to do. You can't interact with other players because literally I'm like, oh, another player has shown up in front of me. And I'm like, okay, I'm literally like Butters, you know, I'm like Butters. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, hi, Heidi ho. My name is Butters. You want to play with me? And they just do like some lewd gesture and disappear. Oh, well, that wasn't very nice. That's basically how I am when I'm playing an MMO. I hate MMOs. I really do. They don't work for me. I'm like, nobody wants to play the game. All they want to do is just be an online troll and not play the game with you. And but like I try to do like a gesture. Like a wave, and I'm literally opening up the little dialogue wheel so I could figure, okay, do I want to do a wave or a thumbs up? And there's a guy just standing in front of me. He just stands in front of me, and I'm thinking he's waiting for me to do. And then as soon as I hit the wave, he just pisses off. I'm like, okay, so let me get this straight. There are no interesting NPC characters. There are no interesting story arcs for me to follow. There's no moral choices that my character has to make. And the number one selling feature of the game, the fact that it's online and there's other players, doesn't result in me having other people to play with. What is the point of this stupid game? So the fact that Fallout 76 is such crap, and the fact that just generally we have institutionalized mediocrity in all of entertainment right now, I just felt in my gut that there was a good chance Starfield was going to suck, and I was right. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy that I'm right about that, folks. I wanted to have another immersive game to play. And to be honest, I'm worried about BioWare. I'm worried about Mass Effect. I'm worried about Dragon Age. I don't think that the next installment of these games is going to be anything different. Because what I think it is you can't say, as a video game tester, this game is boring. Which part of it was boring? Was it when you chose whether you're a chick with a dick or when you decided your pronouns? Which part of that did you find boring? And it's like, oh, no, not that part. I loved all that part. Okay, then what is your problem with the game, sir? Well, when I start out in the mine and I'm, mining and, the foreman tells me to do some mining. I thought that was boring. You mean when the female foreman gave you an order, you were uncomfortable with that? No, I wasn't uncomfortable. I'm just saying that I found that boring. You think that when women speak is boring? No. In fact, what I'm trying to say is I love this game. It's brilliant. Oh, well, that makes sense. That is where we're at, folks. Like, you're not allowed to not like things anymore, because if you do, you're a bigot. So it's like, so in other words, what I'm saying is every one of these is going to be like this. I do not enjoy telling you this, folks. I don't enjoy this at all. Every one of these is going to be like this. Every stupid TV show that Paramount releases based on a science fiction property is going to be like this. Every single open world game exploring space now is going to be like this. I cannot wait until you get the next Dragon Age, and it's going to be like, as a chick, how large would you like your dick to be? Like, that's going to be. And then when someone says, this new Dragon Age thing, I don't find the story very interesting. Why? Because you think women can't have penises? That's basic. No, I'm not saying that. I'm a progressive guy. I understand that some of the most attractive penises are on women. I understand that. I'm just, oh God, oh jeez. I'm literally just making memes for myself. But you're gonna be like, no, I love the dragon. Did you like the part where a dragon makes love to you? I did not hate it. Oh my God, they're gonna destroy everything, folks. Every one of these is gonna be so boring. It's gonna be so bland. The thing too is like, I was just thinking about, Mass Effect it's a game that naturally had progressive themes in it. It did. In fact, Critical Drinker was doing a super chat catch up, and there was someone who said that, like, oh, I tried One Piece. I watched like 5 minutes of One Piece, and it's woke trash because there is a fat lesbian chick in the beginning, and she's a total girl boss. And the funny thing is I was like, well, you haven't watched far enough, because I kind of had the same sort of knee-jerk reaction that, like, Alvida. He's talking about the pirate Alvida. she did look like the typical body positivity, the message, girl boss character. She just looked like that, right? But it turns out it's not that simple because there's complexity, and then you see Luffy kick her ass, which was fantastic. So it's not what you think it is, but you could stop at that 5-minute mark, and I could understand. I could sympathize with your knee-jerk reaction because so many times we've been burned, right? But the chatter then said, do you think, to the critical drinker, do you think that woke storytelling can ever be good? And he gave an answer I slightly disagree with, but I take his point. He said, yes, it can if the characters are well written. And my rebuttal to that would be, well, woke storytelling by its very nature is based on a very low resolution view of humanity. It's a low resolution view. That's why they write bad characters, because they write low resolution characters. To write a high resolution character, right, like Walter White, for example, or Luffy, or Shkishkima from Godzilla -1, to write characters like that, you have to be able to get to their depths, right? And so anyway, however, I do agree with him that it is possible, of course, to write progressively themed stories and even stories that have progressive messages in them if, as he put it, the story takes priority, the character takes priority, and you're not just shoehorning the message into it. Then yes, it can work. And he's right about that. Gen V last year, as I called it, it's the exception that proves the rule, that woke storytelling is bad storytelling. I mean, Gen V had great characters. It had really complex and interesting superhero situations. It was a pretty brilliant, mostly pretty brilliant show. I really liked Gen V a lot. And it's full. It is chock full of sort of progressive messages, but they are done with subtlety and they are done with complexity, meaning they don't just get away with everything woke succeeds in the show. Like, there are woke ideas in the show that also have a cost to the characters. And I think that's well done, right? And that's so it can be done. The point is, these are not the people that can do it. So, man, I'm bummed about it. I'm bummed about it, chat. I want more Mass Effect. I want more. I want something like a Starfield that's awesome. I do. Why do they keep doing this? Why do they make these things if they're not going to put any work into it? Why do they want to fail so bad? Why do these people hate money? I don't understand it. Why do they just light money on fire, these assholes? They never listen. It's like, why is Disney going to make 10 more of these? Why is Bethesda going to make 10 more of these? I don't understand it, folks. I'm sorry. I don't mean to whine, my dear sailors. I don't mean to whine. It's unbecoming. The captain must compose himself. I'm human, man. You know what I mean? Redoubt Production says, so the teaser for Twister 1996 remake just dropped. Oh, it did? Twisters? Oh, that's clever. I should be roided up with rage, but... Uh-oh. Ahoy, Starfury. Ready the cannon. I can only laugh for how silly Universal Pictures looks greenlighting such a I thought you were going to say it. I unexpectedly liked the trailer. And actually, I was going to be intrigued. I'm like, really? Okay. Hey, it could be good. Yeah. Well, it's the point that Az made in that great rant of like, this is why everything now is referential. This is the problem with Argyle, right? I pointed out that Argyle is a clone of a clone of a clone of an original concept. Not a clone of not a parody of an original concept, that being Ian Fleming, James Bond. That is the original concept, right? It is the clone of the clone of the clone of that concept that we're watching in Argyle, and it's Ouroboros eating its own tail. You know what I mean? And that's why we have this, is because they're not allowed, number one, to be creative, because being creative risks offending someone. And number two, they are not allowed to call out bullshit, because that risks offending the message crowd, the pronouns in bio wackos. If you cross the pronouns in bio wackos, you're in for a bad time. And even Bob Iger has to bend the knee to these wackos. So that's why Starfield sucks. That's why Starfield sucks. If you say it's boring, you are saying that you don't like the message, and we all know you wouldn't say something as terrible as that. So, so we get Twisters. We get Twisters, and we get Gladiator 2, and we get whatever this stupid alien movie that they're going to make. What is this? What is it called? I can never remember the name of it. It's so forgettable. Alien. I mean, I know it starts with Alien. Was it like Renaissance or something? What is the new Alien movie title? And it looks so dumb. It looks so CW bad. Romulus. Alien Romulus. Oh my God. It's going to be so stupid. God, they cannot write a character like Ellen Ripley anymore. And you know why they cannot write Ellen Ripley anymore, these idiots? Watch Halo Season 2. That will give you your answer of why Ellen Ripley is a character that would not occur in today's writing. Because Ellen Ripley is a competent first officer with an important job, and she's good at that job. That's it. They cannot write that character. That character does not exist in Halo Season 2. It's unbelievable, folks. The Spartans are idiots that spend all of their time crying about their childhood. The Spartans, folks. The Spartans. The Marines are as bad as stormtroopers. They can't hit a target. The civilians walk into plasma fire because they prefer that to simply moving to another planet. The government ignores the genocidal war against humanity because of PR reasons. I mean, these are stupid people that write this crap. They're stupid. I can't even believe. Anyway, decorum here. Decorum on the quarterdeck. Now, what was I looking for? Yes, Twisters. Twisters. I do not want to risk my stream having to be edited to watch this, but I'm kind of curious. Do I dare? They will make me clip this out if I run this trailer. They won't let me keep it on my stream or it'll be blocked. So if you want to get the full unedited Captain's Cast, make sure that you follow SNS. Oh, geez, I can't even remember my own Twitter handle. That's really bad. That's really bad. Oh, man. This is embarrassing. This is not my finest hour. Okay, it's at the SNS channel. It's at the SNS channel on Twitter, that former X, formerly Twitter. So make sure you follow me there, and make sure you follow me on Rumble, because if I have to edit out a clip and you're like, wait, where was the clip? The captain said there was, you won't see it on the YouTube because they make me cut it out, folks, because YouTube is mean. They're very mean, and they're very bad. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Anyway, here we go. I would never cross YouTube, ever. Look it, I'm getting recommended my own live stream while I pull up this video. And I approve of that. I approve. Okay, let's see how far we can get. Let's see how far we can get. Member berries, right off the bat, folks. That's member berries right there. Because remember when Bill Paxton was towing, what was the name of that thing? Lisa or something? He was towing Dorothy. He called it Dorothy. He was towing Dorothy behind his pickup, remember?
Guys, whatever's in there.
Okay, right off the bat, too. Look at this. Fucking CGI volume garbage. Visual gobbledygook. I hate this. I hate modern CGI. It's such crap. Just, man. Oh, it's so disappointing. Dude, Godzilla -1 is a more stunning achievement by the day. I am serious, folks. A film made on less than $15 million, gorgeous. Best cinematography. No, Oppenheimer gets best for the year last year, but second best cinematography of the year in Godzilla -1. And gorgeous, incredible action sequences, pyrotechnics, all of it. A lot of it was CGI. It was beautiful to look at. Look at this visual soup. fake.
Whatever's in there, it's big and it's moving fast. Drive. Go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate it already. I hate it so much already. I do. Oh no. Dude, this every trailer does this now. Frankly, I'm not that excited about the new Ghostbusters movie either. I find the super fake CGI image of all those ice spikes crawling across New York City, I find that not scary or interesting or intimidating. I'm sorry, I don't. Also, how is not like 1 million people dead because all these ice spikes impaled them? Like, that's also not clear to me in that weird trailer. So, but leaving that aside for the moment. Okay, I like the original Twister film. The original Twister film came out when I was, I don't know, I was like 13 or 14 maybe, if I remember. And I remember, now I've never grown up in an area where there's twisters. I've never grown up in an area where there's tornadoes. I grew up in California. So, like, I'm used to other problems, like earthquakes and fires. That's what I'm used to. I'm not used to, like, cyclones, okay? Now, when I saw that movie, I remember being genuinely, like, afraid. Like, it was thrilling. It was scary. Because it was, like, weather. It was, like real. I thought that sounds a little silly. It was weather. Oh, my God, weather. But no, seriously, it seemed like a disaster to run from, okay? But not because of cute action sequences and catch lines. It was because that film imparted a sense of, like, awe towards nature. It like the awesome destructive power of nature. That was what that film presented with its mise en scène, which is a snooty film intellectual term that just means the overall package of cinematography, sound, just the overall mood and feeling of the film, right? The mise en scène created a feeling of, like, nature is destructive and powerful and awesome. That requires it not to be a cheesy music video. I don't know how else to put this. It requires it not to be a cheesy freaking music video.
It's Tyler Owens. Calls himself the Tornado Wrangler. If you feel it, chase it! I said if you feel it, chase it! All right, here we go.
Oh my God. This drum soundtrack is killing me, folks. It's killing me, folks.
Oh, she's perfect!
She's gorgeous.
Now, he is a good actor for this part. I don't remember his name, but he is a good actor for this part. Now, the thrill seekers angle is not bad. You could work with that.
You thought you could destroy a tornado.
We never had a chance.
You want one?
Wait. Did he just say you thought you could destroy a tornado? No, that was not the plot of the original film. That's not... No, the plot of the original film was they were trying to get sensor data from inside the cyclone so that they would have better they could predict with better accuracy and more advanced warning where the twisters would land. That was because the primary problem with tornadoes is there's very little advanced warning. It was a research project. It was not some cockamamie, we're gonna defeat twisters. We're gonna stop twisters. Oh my God, if this is not modern leftist thinking, oh yes, we will figure out a way to lower the temperature of the planet by using windmills.
You don't face your fears. You ride them.
Oh, jeez. All right, I'm getting a warning. Let me just scrub through it, see if there's anything else. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What's the last little hook? What's the last little hook they're gonna try and hook us with? Okay, whatever. Who cares? Who cared? Who cares? I just don't care. You know, it's funny though. What's funny about it is like, you know, the basic premise of the story, I think still works. The awesome, devastating power of nature, the unpredictability of twisters. I think there's two things going seriously wrong with this trailer. Number one, the original story, let's face it, folks, was pretty outlandish, even by the standards of like the first film. Like it was like, we are daring scientists. Look, the reality is storm chasers are just thrill seekers. That's it. They're just thrill seekers. Now that's fine. But does that make a really compelling film? Well, it's thin. So in order to make a compelling story, what they did is they married the concept of storm chasers, thrill seekers, with scientists also trying to solve a problem that could benefit the local area, which gave us a sort of primal, I guess you could say the first film is a Golden Fleece story of kinds, because the prize, it is, actually, it is. There's a road trip, a team. Yeah, it's a Golden Fleece story. The first film is a Golden Fleece story because Bill Paxton's character and Helen Hunt's characters, they are on a primal, emotionally motivated quest for a prize, and the prize is the research data that could save lives. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good Golden Fleece story. Now, problem is that it's a one-off, man. It's a one-off. Like, the story's been told. The story's over. They got the data. Yay! What else is there? They got the data. There's nothing else to say. So that's the first problem. The second problem is the freaking CGI is doing me head in, okay? As you would say, Starfield, eh? It's doing me head in. I can't stand this. It's volume. It's Dial of Destiny all over again. I can't take any more of it. I quit. I'm quitting YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. I could never quit YouTube. I could never. It's a volume garbage. I'm going to tell you, watching Godzilla -1 minus color was just magnificent because it's like, man, without color, this film is glorious to look at. It's gorgeous to watch. It's so beautiful. Godzilla looks better than he's ever looked in that film. And you know something? When my first reaction to that film was I didn't like his eyes, I take it back. I changed my mind about that because I went back and watched the original 1954 film, and then I watched Godzilla 1985 again, and I kind of realized that, like, no, there's a visual motif with his eyes that's actually been pretty well established since the beginning. He's got, like, a creepy human-looking eyes. That's basically, Godzilla has creepy human-looking eyes that also have a subtle visual motif that implies the detonation of a nuclear bomb, if you look closely. That's pretty clever use of visuals to communicate sort of a subliminal idea about what he represents. So with that, I kind of changed my mind. I'm like, no, I actually think like when he's like in the water and you just see his face and he's just chasing that boat, like his eyes, it's one of the coolest visual elements of that film. And I'm like, when I saw that film, it just reminded me how bad all this crap is. Quantum Nausea, Dial of Destiny, Blue Beetle. I'm just so tired of the, look, Avatar is one of the few. Avatar is one of the few that is still beautiful to look at. James Cameron still knows how to do amazing visuals that just immerse you and pull you into the world. Even if you don't like Avatar, you gotta give him his due. He knows how to give you awesome looking visual elements. Why don't they ask James Cameron to help them with Starfield? Why don't they do that? Just say, hey, well, okay, he's probably got better things to do, but you get my point. Let me see if I can pronounce this. Programación Evolis 3D. Programación Evolis 3D says, it was one of my favorite movies, Twister. It was a good movie. I liked it as a kid. I still like it. It holds up. Actually, look, I talk a lot, and probably too much, I will admit, about Blake Snyder's book, Save the Cat for Screenwriters, about, the beat sheet, the genres, all of that. But one of the reasons I like that model is because, especially in the dark days we live in terms of storytelling, when you really ask yourself, why did a certain movie work so well? I guarantee you, go get that beat sheet, right? In fact, I have it right here. I'm pretty sure I have it right here. Where is it? Beat sheet. I'm going to share it with the chat. And they're probably like, no! Like, no more of the beat sheet! There it is. I think I could use this one. This is pretty good. Yeah, this is a nice visual here. Go present. Share screen. Let's see. Oop, yep, not my bank account. Nope, don't share that. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here you go. Here is your Blake Snyder beat sheet, right? Now, you start with the opening image. This is specifically a film, but you can adapt this for novels, and I would argue this is a good way to analyze a full season of a story, like a full season of a show, like One Piece, for example. You could do all of the beats of the One Piece season 1. But in any case, you take the film Twister, right? I don't remember the opening image, but I'm pretty sure it was dynamite because I think they opened on like a tornado hitting someone, which is, of course, fitting. And you always want the opening image to be sort of an exact opposite of the final image. They're kind of a before and after, right? So pay attention to this. In films you love, pay attention. What is the opening image? What is the final image? You'll start to see that there's a beautiful symmetry in good films. Godzilla -1 has this. Brilliant. We open on Godzilla -1. We are flying above the water towards a Pacific island. The final image is under the water, and we see the corpse of Godzilla regenerating. That's a pretty good before and after. Now, then you have themes stated during the setup. In the case of Godzilla -1, this is like when Kishima is being told he's a coward, and that if it weren't for him, maybe they would have won the war. That's a kind of theme-stated moment. Then you, of course, set up. He meets Noriko, adopts Akiko, gets his job on the boat, right? Then we have the catalyst. Godzilla shows up and chases the boat. We now realize that we got a big-ass problem. Then there's a debate. What do we do about this? Well, the state told us, Japan's government told us we can't tell anyone. Spoilers for Godzilla. You have been warned. Japan tells us we can't reveal the details to the people. We got to keep it hush-hush, but now it's a big concern. Also, there's another debate that's brilliant in Godzilla -1 within Kishima, which is, do I deserve to live, or should I have died on the island? Or am I already dead? Essentially, he's battling with his own feelings of worthlessness and post-traumatic stress. In other words, he views himself as a failure, and he doesn't deserve life. That's the debate going on with Kishima. And Noriko is part of that debate, and quite brilliant as well. Then we have the break into 2. What did I say that was in Godzilla -1? I think that's something like where... I would say that's probably when Godzilla attacks Tokyo, would be the break into 2. That's about a third of the way through the film. Promise of the premise, also known as fun and games. This is a very important part of the film. All great films nail this. Absolutely nail this. And I'm telling you right now, all bad films epically fail at this. Ahsoka is a great example of a show that fails at the promise of the premise. Secret Invasion, another good example, fails at the promise of the premise. The promise of the premise, this is what we came here to see. This is what we came here to see. We came here to see Godzilla attacking a city, and when he does, oh my God, it's glorious. He's a nightmare. How are we ever going to stop this thing? Then we get to the midpoint, right? Noriko is dead. This is a really bad moment for Kishima. He has failed again to save the people he loved. He has failed. He sees with impotent rage that he cannot do anything about Godzilla. And now we know that bad guys close in. Things are getting worse. There is no help coming. America's not going to help. The Japanese government has thrown up their hands. They can't help. We're on our own, right? Then they form the plan, and now we're going to attack Godzilla. And I would say the Dark Night of the Soul is a little bit... There's an All is Lost and a Dark Night of the Soul. This is a bit tricky in Godzilla -1 because it doesn't happen exactly when you think it would. But I would say the All is Lost moment is right about where... I want to say it's when Godzilla is storming the land and their plan A fails, and now it's up to Shkishkima to lure Godzilla. The Dark Night of the Soul, however, I think comes later, and that's a little bit more complicated with Godzilla -1. Here's what I think is the Dark Night of the Soul for Shkishkima. It's when he's sitting towards the end, he's sitting with Akiko, and he's saying his farewells because he is going to suicide bomb Godzilla. He's going to go down. He's going to kamikaze pilot into Godzilla's mouth and explode a bomb in Godzilla's mouth. That's his plan. He's concealing this from everyone else because he knows that nobody else approves of this. And the only person who knows about this is Tachibana, who is the naval mechanic who told him in the very beginning that he was a coward. He was the guy that first spotted that Shkishkima had fled his duty. Tachibana is the only other soul who understands why Shkishkima has to do this. And so nobody else knows, and he's writing his letters, and he's making his arrangements. And then Akiko, the little girl that he's adopted, and he's basically become her father, has drawn a picture. And on the picture is Noriko, who is now dead. And Akiko does not fully understand this yet because she's too little. And also there's a picture of Shkishkima with them, and they're a family. They are a family. Shkishkima, up until this point, has rejected them as a family. He doesn't want to marry Noriko, and he tells Akiko, making her cry, that he is not her father, and she should stop calling him daddy. So this moment, when she shows him this picture, is Shkishkima's Dark Night of the Soul, because this is the moment when he realizes he wants to live. This is the moment when he realizes he wants to live, and there's a reason why he wants to live. And he's already decided he's going to die. Then we get the break into 3, which in this film is some of the most magnificent moments I've experienced in a film in years, which is he gets into his plane, plan A has failed, and there is no hope unless Shkishkima can lure Godzilla in his plane. Shkishkima has embraced that he's going to die. There's a great moment when he's in the cockpit and he tells Tachibana, wow, isn't that funny? Some part of me wants to live. I love that line. It's magnificent. And he's like, but he is resolved. By the way, the song on the soundtrack is called Resolution. It's unbelievable. It's so good. He is in his plane and he has fully embraced his destiny. He is ready to go. He has a picture in his cockpit of Noriko, and he has in his pocket the drawing that Akiko made of them as a family. And then, of course, we get the denouement of the film, which is the battle against Godzilla, which is gorgeous. And then we get him flying into the jaws of Godzilla. And this is why I say the Dark Night of the Soul is a little complicated with Godzilla -1, because we then get a flashback in which Tachibana is showing Shkishkima how to activate the suicide bomb, and he reveals that there is a ejector seat, and well, actually no, because no, there's a beat missing here, right? Which is, what's the beat that's missing on this? I just realized there's something not on this version of it, and it's escaping my mind at the moment. In the 15 beats, I had this pulled up for Erigmar the other day. Save the cat. See if I can find it real quick. Well, I guess that's kind of the Dark Night of the Soul. The point is, that's really the reversal. I forget the name of the beat, but that's basically the reversal. When we get his confrontation with his mortality, and then we get the reveal that he has used the ejector seat and he's chosen to live. And then, of course, he reunites with Noriko, and then we get the final image of Godzilla in the hospital. Twister follows this pretty well. Twister has a lot of great stuff. You know, the promise of the premise, the fun and games part of Twister, is that the original film is pretty brilliant. Most of it is Bill Paxton and Helen Hunt they're chasing the storms. That's what they're doing. That's what we're here to see. We're here to see them chase the storms, and lots of shit happens. Dorothy doesn't work, and it goes wrong, and then we hit the midpoint. Bad guys close in for Twister is when literally Dorothy is destroyed, and in a sense, the enemy in the film, which is in this case the bad guys, is the Twister, right? the Twister is winning because Dorothy is broken, and now we don't know. But then they have an All Is Lost, they have a Dark Night of the Soul, and then we realize, oh, we have, I forget what it was, but they had like a backup Dorothy or something. They found, oh, that's right, I remember. I think it's like Helen Hunt's character or something. She comes up with a brilliant idea to, oh, that's what it was. Okay, I remember now. Okay, I remember. They actually deployed Dorothy, and it's these little spherical sensors, but they fail. The storm does not sweep them up the way they're supposed to, and they just plummet, and it doesn't work. They don't get the data, and Bill Paxton and the crew realize this is the bad guys closing in, and Twister. He realizes that his plan never was going to work. He realizes that his design was faulty, and he's failed totally. Then we have All Is Lost, Dark Night of the Soul. I'd have to watch it again to tell you what exactly those are in the film, but they're there. But then somebody gets the brilliant idea that that's why it's not working, because we need little sails on the individual sensors. And so they use soda cans to fashion these little pinwheels on all of the sensors to get them to fly. And then we have our final battle with the F5 tornado. Folks, that's pretty good. That's good storytelling, man. So I'm telling you, the reason I talk about this model so often is because you can see that, like, in good storytelling, these elements, these are ingredients. These are ingredients. They're all there. They're all there. And and the reason why I consider promise of the premise is one of the most important parts of the story. Like, so take Ghostbusters, for example. Ghostbusters 1. What's the promise of the premise? Well, it's when they're fighting Slimer in the hotel. That's the promise of the premise, because we came here to see them busting ghosts. That's why we're here. And it's fun. It's fun to see him. It's fun to see okay, don't cross the streams. Good safety tip. That would be bad, right? That's the, and then we see a montage of them going around New York City, and that's our promise of the premise. We have got to have that, or the film sucks. But that's not enough to complete the story, because then we have to have bad guys close in. So that's Gozer arrives, Dana becomes Zool, that's bad guys close in. Dark Night of the Soul is basically when the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man shows up, and it's clear that we've really screwed this thing up. You know what I mean? So there you go. Or actually, probably what I would say is that's more of the All Is Lost. The Dark Night of the Soul is probably when the EPA guy shuts them down and releases all the ghosts. That's pretty much the All Is Lost moment in the story. Because now all the work that they've done for the whole movie has just been undone, which is really, really bad. So yeah, there you go. That's pretty much, so these ingredients are always present in good stories. Now, they may not always show up in exactly this way, because like, as I pointed out with Godzilla, it doesn't exactly fall, it cuts a little bit against it in the final third of the film, but it still works because the beats are there. So anyway, there you go. The captain, thank you for indulging the captain. I'm now off center. I've just decentered myself. That's the problem with a swivel captain's chair. Van Halen says, Programación y Voles 3D. Van Halen, family, food, and geeks. Most important things in life. That's the 4 pillars, man. That is the 4 pillars. By the way, I'm a story nerd. As you can tell. To me, the science of storytelling is something that fascinates me deeply. And so I just totally nerded out. And abused the goodwill of my audience. But that's what we nerds do. You know what I mean? That's why it's like we don't understand when people don't find it fascinating. The thing we find fascinating, electric theory. Wrangler could bend your ear about electric theory. And it's like, yeah, but the babes don't go for that, It's like some do, but most don't. It's not our fault. We're doing the best we can out here. Oh, yes, Redoubt. I love that episode of South Park with the theme song. His name is James. James Cameron, kind of a Paul Bunyan thing. Bravest pioneer. No depth too deep, no budget too steep. Who's that? It's him, James Cameron. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if I got the tune right. And then I love the fact that, like, James Cameron, the whole show, the whole episode, they always have, why is he doing it? Why is he doing that? And he never answers. He never explains anything. And then finally, the whole story was that storytelling was sucked. This is like 15 years ago, folks. Storytelling sucked, and James Cameron was raising the bar. He was going to the depths of the ocean, the Marianas Trench, to find the bar and raise the bar. So he succeeds in raising the bar, and everyone says, "Why did you do it, Jim? Why did you do it?" And he's like, James Cameron doesn't do the things James Cameron does. I forget the exact reason, but he says James Cameron does what James Cameron does because James Cameron is James Cameron. I love that. I love it. Programacion says James Cameron. Yeah, well, you're ahead of me. Exactly. Programacion says the design is wrong because it censors way too much lax floatability. Then they come up with a Helix add-on. Exactly. I should have read your chat, Programacion. you already knew. That's exactly right. That's a good turnaround, reversal in the plot. I think about like Secret Invasion. This is such a good example of this in terms of TV shows, because what is the promise of the premise of Secret Invasion? Okay, couple of things going on. It is a spy thriller. And it is a who can you trust paranoia why done it. That's what Secret Invasion is supposed to be. It's a paranoia spy thriller. You can't trust no one. Well, the funny thing about it is that obviously creates a natural expectation for us as the audience that Nick Fury, this is what Nick Fury was born for. This is the thing Nick Fury can do that Iron Man can't do, that Steve Rogers can't do. It was a perfect slam dunk for his character. He is going to ferret out the secret solution that's going to help us figure out who the Skrulls are and who they aren't. And so what we're going to see, this is the premise, this is the promise of the premise, we are going to see him using spycraft. We're going to see him using clever interrogation techniques. We're going to see him outfoxing. We're going to see him setting traps for the bad guys. We're going to see him turning the tables on the Skrulls in ways we couldn't have thought of. That's what we are there for. That's the fun and games. That's the promise. We never get that in Secret Invasion, ever. What we get is Nick Fury sitting in bars, listening to people berate him about what a fraud and a bad friend he is. That's it. That's it. Or telling him he's old. Go back to space. It's like he's got a Joe Biden complex or something. And anyway, but Ahsoka is like another example of this. I mean, what actually is the promise of the premise in Ahsoka? That's a good question. I don't know that there even is a clear one in that show, but if I were to be charitable, I would say it is something like there is a new Imperial threat in the form of Balon, a dark Jedi, but also Thrawn, a non-force using chess player general. You see the problem here. It's muddled to begin with. But Ahsoka is a Jedi that is going to save the galaxy on a rousing adventure against a cunning and just deeply intelligent foe, the like of which we've never seen. That would be Admiral Thrawn. I would say that was our promise of the premise. We should have seen around episode 3 or 4, I would argue, we should have seen either a really good Balon episode, just Balon going mano-a-mano with Ahsoka, and they did have an episode like that, but it was trash. But they just should have had a really good episode that made it clear why Balon is a threat or what he's doing. Or we should have seen a really good Thrawn episode where Thrawn wins. You know what I mean? Like, we should have seen Thrawn doing some really clever stuff. And that would have been the fun and games. That would have been the promise of the premise. That would have shown us, why we're here, right? And then you can have all the stuff about Ahsoka having to beat him and blah, blah, blah. But they didn't have that. They just, they just had this really weird plot with Sabine sort of wanting to be a Jedi, but not wanting to be, but thinking she has abilities, but not having abilities. And Ahsoka kind of thinks she might, also thinks she's hopeless. What? Anyway, you know what we need? I know what we need, folks. I know exactly what's on the menu. Oh, you know what it is. I should just have this downloaded by now. Yes. I have not watched this in like weeks at least. Weeks at least. Hang on. Oh, wait. Stop share. I was sharing something else. I'm going to go to something other than StreamYards eventually, because StreamYards is kind of clunky in many ways, but it does the job for now. Just for now, while the captain does not have the time to get all into the nuances of other OBS type stuff. Anyway, here we go.
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the master of evil.
Yes.
She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy.
It never gets old.
Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change.
Dude, I'm telling you, I was a kid in the 80s. I'm telling you, this is what shows were like in the 80s.
Joined by a ragtag band of friends.
And they were good. They were good. Cheesy, but they were good. Man, MacGyver, Miami Vice, Quantum Leap, they were good shows.
They journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed to pilot. And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
My favorite.
With the threat of a new Star War looming over them, they wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save.
Dude, that's just like Buck Rogers, man. His supernatural minions.
One of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedis. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them. But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
Yes! Yes! I love it so much, folks. It never gets old. And that, of course, earns... Oh my God, it is so good. It never gets old. It's like possibly the most valuable being in all of existence is assigned to ship maintenance. I think maybe my favorite. That's one of my favorites. There's so many good ones in there. But a Jedi, they must join an ally who may or may not be able to help. It is so that show. Oh my God. If they had just known what they had, and if they could just lean into it, they actually could have made a pretty good, pretty dopey, but a pretty good dopey show if they had known what they had. Oh, that's so funny. It is so funny. Redoubt has some thoughts on Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters Afterlife best moments were with Phoebe Spangler and podcast tinkering with the old equipment, as you would expect kids to do with cool-looking stuff they found in the attic. I had no interest in Finn Wolfhard's character. Felt they had him there just to pull the Stranger Things crowd into the theater. You know what's interesting? Like, I really liked Phoebe. I did like Phoebe Spangler. She is a bit of a child genius girl boss, I will admit. However, I think she's a mostly pretty likable one, though. That's the thing. She's pretty likable. The fact that she is Egon's granddaughter and Egon was such an odd genius, and the fact that she also is an awkward, kind of odd genius, I think that fits, and I like that a lot. Yes, I would agree that Finn Wolfhard seemed kind of tacked on. Also, you know, I'm not going to say it. I'm sure he's a good kid. He's going through an awkward phase. Let's just put it that way, okay? But then again, he's great at playing a nerd I really relate to his character in Stranger Things. I relate to Mike a lot in that show because, yes, he is a nerd and he has aspirations of some kind of greatness in his life, but he doesn't exactly know how to get it. It's kind of his strength and his weakness in the show, which I like a lot. So yeah, I don't know. But my biggest issue with Ghostbusters Afterlife was, I mean, it was not bad. It was not as good as it could have been. And for me, the biggest issue was I can't buy the children doing adult things. That is what bothers me. It's like, they're all a bunch of kids dressed up as Ghostbusters, and it feels like cosplay to me. Because, look, in the first film, the Ghostbusters were adult men who were scientists, trained at universities. They all had doctorates, like they had degrees. They were engineers, physicists, researchers, and Winston is a blue-collar working man. He's a working man doing a job. I mean, in a way, they're kind of plumbers. That's kind of the story of Ghostbusters. They are plumbers, but they're supernatural plumbers. That's kind of what makes it funny and interesting, right? So, I mean, they were professionals is what I'm getting at. They were professionals doing a job they were good at. That's the other key. Listen. This is a big piece that's missing in a lot of these modern stories. If you watch a show, and I know I talk about it a lot because it's frankly one of the best TV shows ever made. But if you take Breaking Bad, right? One of the most delightful things about that show is that the characters all have strengths and weaknesses. All of the characters in that show have glaring, seriously debilitating weaknesses, all of them. But if they are doing a job, and if it is established in the story that that job is something they are suited for, they do it well. They're good at their jobs. There is something very satisfying about that. Hank Schrader is great at being a DEA agent. He's not always a great husband. He kind of doesn't know what he's doing as like a brother-in-law to Walt. That's why he's so blind to everything Walt is doing. So he kind of sucks at that. And he has his issues. Like, there's things that shock and scare him in the field, and he has to deal with that. But generally speaking, he's a great detective. He's good at tracking down drug dealers, okay? That's very satisfying as a viewer to watch because he is a worthy opponent of Walter White, right? Walter White is an excellent chemist. He is a terrible liar to his family. He's good at manipulating people that do not know him well. He's good at manipulating people that don't know him. He's very bad at manipulating his own family. And he's kind of a bad father. I mean, he becomes a pretty bad father, but he's kind of a bad father and a bad husband. But he's a very good chemist, and he's very intelligent, right? So that's what I'm getting at. Jesse Pinkman, who is an idiot screw-up in like every area of his life, but he's pretty good at the street game. He knows how to hustle on the streets, which is what Walter White needs, and that's his job in their partnership. He screws up a lot, but the interesting thing about Jesse is he's actually much better at a lot of it than Walter White ever gives him credit for. Part of that is because Walter White resents it whenever anyone is doing a good job without his help. He resents that. He's a very egomaniacal character. So whenever Jesse is starting to like shine, he beats him down a little because he doesn't want him to get out to start thinking he doesn't need Walt, right? Which is a very insidious, very subtle aspect of Walt's character, especially in the and I didn't even catch it when I was first watching the first seasons. I didn't really pick up on that until later in the show when it became clear that like this guy really is an asshole. Like, he really is mean to Jesse. Why is he so mean to Jesse? And then finally I started to figure it out. I'm like, oh, whenever Jesse is starting to succeed, he's got to smack him down a little so that there's that relationship of like, I'm the mastermind and you're the student. I'm the teacher, you're the student. He likes that dynamic between him and Jesse. But to take another show that's not Breaking Bad, Battlestar Galactica. In Battlestar Galactica, all the characters in the fleet are really good at what they do. Adama is a great admiral. Rosalind is a great political leader. She's good at that. She's got kind of she's a good, honest political leader, let's say. Dr. Baltar is a really good scientist. You know what I'm saying? So when I watch something like Halo, that's what strikes me about it, is none of these people are good at their jobs. Master Chief is not good at being a Spartan. The Marines are not good at hitting targets. The political leaders have no clue how much danger their entire civilization is in as they are watching their own colonies get glassed one after another. Which, by the way, that is not what's in the game. That is not the story in the game, right? So this is my point. It's like these are stupid people in like the modern Star Trek. Like Star Trek was great because, the officers in Starfleet were good at their jobs. Like, Geordi was a good engineer. Scotty was a good engineer. Spock was a good science officer. That's it. So it's, and I know that sounds all very obvious to point out, but I'm just saying, like, it's missing. It's missing in like every TV show, every movie. It's missing now. And it's amazing how and my fear is that the younger crowd does not see what they're missing. They don't know any better. Like they watch, I'm not saying they're stupid, generally. But if they're writing for Disney, they're pretty stupid. But I would just say they just have not been raised with good stories. And so they're starting to, like, the newest generation is starting to not realize that they are watching incompetent people doing these jobs they're supposed to be good at, right? Now, if someone is incompetent at their job and that's part of the story, that's fine. That's one thing. There are those characters who suck at what they do, and that's the point. That's part of the story. But they're not supposed to suck at it if they're supposed to be good at it. So there you go. I don't like it that the kids are doing a job that, frankly, adult scientists with degrees had to do. Egon invented a miniaturized nuclear particle accelerator that you can wear on your back. I don't want to see kids. There's literally a line in Ghostbusters 2 where the guy's, oh, hey, my kid brother wants one of those. And I love this line, too, because Egon, you can tell Egon is thinking about saying yes, like, well, I mean, and then Ray's like, no, that's not for a kid. And it's like, and Egon's like, I guess he's right. And I just love that. Yeah, they're not for a child. I might be getting the characters wrong. It might have been Egon that said, I think that's what it was. Egon says, no. A proton pack is not a toy. And then Ray says, I guess he's right. That's so good. That's so funny. No, Ray, he's right. That is the answer. Not I guess he's right. That's so funny. But that tells you a little something about Ray. Ray is a bit of a kid in the candy store. He's doing something he loves doing. Those are toys to him. That's kind of a funny element of the character, right? But so yeah, I guess I'll stop harping on the new Ghostbusters. That's just my issue. Look, I'm not saying kids can't do extraordinary things in a story. Stranger Things does this well, actually. Stranger Things does kids as the heroes moving the story well because they are only part of it. The kids in Stranger Things are doing things that really only kids can do. And the adults like Hopper and Joyce are doing things that only adults can do. And it's actually the way that those two things always converge in a Stranger Things season that makes it so brilliant, frankly. And frankly, I think all 4 seasons of Stranger Things did this well. Even though people don't like the second and third season, I think they all did this well, which is that it starts out with the kids are doing something they shouldn't be doing. The adults are not doing something they should be doing. And then slowly but surely, the adults start to realize we should be doing something. And the kids slowly start to realize, we're in over our heads. We need help. And then the stories merge together and you get the kids and the adults working together. And that works well, I think. And what I love about it is the kids do the thing that adults can't do, which is they use their imagination. They can, in a way where they can believe the unbelievable. That's basically it. The kids are able to believe the unbelievable, which is necessary to defeat the Upside Down and its critters. The adults are terrible at this because they already have a bias about what reality is, so they have a hard time seeing what's happening right in front of them. However, the adults are the ones with like weapons and like ability to actually fight the monsters, so they are needed. They are needed, or else you're not going to defeat the Demogorgon, you know? So there you go. Hera Sendula, says Redoubt Productions, a pilot who dresses like a pilot with the heart of a pilot because she is a pilot. Programacion says, from the producers of Automan, the Royal Tea House. Well, that is a splendid and very aristocratic name. I love that. Welcome, Royal Tea House. The Royal Tea House. I can tell that you are a fellow sophisticate. The 80s shows were excellent. And that is so true. But, you know, the 80s were like men. Look. In 80s movies and shows, babes were babes, okay? And men were men. Like, they just were. Now, I'm not saying you can't have things that are unusual or whatever. I'm just saying, like, dude, watch a Pepsi commercial from the 1980s, okay? Cindy Crawford in the hot sun, in a swimsuit. You know, it's like, and there was nothing wrong with that. Men liked women, women liked men. They liked Sylvester Stallone with his shirt off, with a belt of bullets across his muscular chest. The babes were all about that. Nothing wrong with that. You know, it's like people could be people. Like humans could act human. They're turning us into robots, folks. You go into Starfield and it's like, are you a male or a female? No, those days are gone. Now it's which body type do you have? Body type 1 or body type 2? It's like, dude, if you're asking if I'm a chick with a dick, just ask. That's it. That'd be a good meme there. Do I even hear myself? I don't even know. Wrangler says, gonna watch this and then some Airwolf. Yes. Redoubt says, gosh, Ezra looks like a dork leaning against that stone with arms folded. Yeah. Look, you know, I mean this, Dave Filoni, like, just because it looks good in a cartoon does not mean it's going to translate exactly. Okay. Now listen, I'm not saying that I want look, I'm the first one to complain about Spider-Man taking his mask off all the time, or Spider-Man not looking like Spider-Man from the comics. So don't misunderstand. But I'm just telling you, you cannot just import a character into live action from cartoon without some adjustments, some fine tuning. And it's like, yeah, it just does not. I think, you know, to be fair, I think that the casting of young Anakin, the boy Anakin, was not great. Like I think that George Lucas thought he looked the part, but he wasn't a very good child actor. And I think that's the problem, is like Dave Filoni did not cast. I don't think it's just a casting thing, though, because Mary Elizabeth Winstead and Rosario Dawson are all proven talents. They are proven talents. But I just think that really there's no character work. Who is Ahsoka? What is her life like? What is her mission? There just was none of that. So all those performances were boring. Except for Ray Stevenson. He's literally the only actor in that whole show that was interesting to watch, even though nothing was happening with his character. Like literally nothing. And it's like, oh my God, it's so that makes it honestly more frustrating. It's more frustrating because it's like, you have my attention. I like this actor. I love that actor. I love Ray Stevenson. It's so sad that he passed away. I just hate it that he's gone. But like, you know, you've lured me in with this character. Why won't you give me something? Why won't you give me something? I told you that show's like water torture to watch it. And that's why. Because I'm like, why, you know, dude, the weird thing is I get the exact same feeling with Halo. Same feeling. Why won't you? That's what it is. The promise of the premise. Why won't you show me Master Chief? Just forget the crying about his childhood for one scene, please. One scene where he's not crying about his childhood or crying about Cortana. Just one scene where he's just the Master Chief with a clear and specific mission and accomplishing it. That's the promise of the premise. Why won't you give me that show? That's how I feel when I'm watching Halo. I don't understand this. Why won't you just give me that? Well, it's a rhetorical question because I know the answer, because these are stupid people that write this shit. Anyway, there's no helping them, folks. They're lost. It's time. We got to save the ones we can. There's nothing we could do for them. You know, there you go. Where was it? Wrangler says, I just saw Ezra, and that reminded me to go back to my Prince of Persia game that I had paused. Yeah. I mean, he looks good as he might. I mean, on paper, he looks kind of the part. But the actor had no charisma at all. Redoubt Productions says that's an element to why Ghostbusters was the pop culture event of 1984. For all the crazy paranormal elements, they played it as a straight blue-collar pest control operation, which is smart. That's a delicate needle to thread, though. That could have easily come across as silly. Like, that could have come across as really silly. Or, you know, if it had taken itself too seriously. But also, it took itself seriously enough that there was a sense of peril and stakes in that movie. So it really did balance the silliness of it really well with kind of an actual serious threat. I don't know how they did that. Like, 80s movies were good at that. 80s movies were really good at taking a weird, crazy premise and not taking it too seriously, but also not making a joke about it the way modern writers would do. Back to the Future. Back to the Future is another great example. Like, Back to the Future is a story that should not work. It actually defies a lot of the rules in Save the Cat. It defies a lot of those rules. And somehow it works. Like, somehow it pulls it off. And it has just the right balance of heart, but also not taking itself too seriously. Like, of course, the famous line, "You made a time machine out of a DeLorean?" Like, that's such a great line, because at that time, the DeLorean was known to be a piece of shit boondoggle. You know, it looked cool, but it was a boondoggle, you know? Redoubt Productions. Aykroyd's original outlines for what Ghostbusters could have been would have never had the impact had Harold Ramis not come in and grounded it into its final form. That's a great point. I'm not familiar with what those notes were, but yeah, like, I mean, I suppose the scientist in me is what feels pulled to the Blake Snyder beat sheet, you know, because it's a very scientific model. But at the end of the day, art is not a science. It just isn't. And especially filmmaking. Filmmaking is a kind of witch's brew of a lot of things coming together, and sometimes it just does not work. No matter how good a writers you have, it is possible to be a great writer with a great cast and a great director and make a stinker. It just is. Sometimes it's just bad luck. It's just, you know, we couldn't get the shots we needed because of weather. Sometimes it's like, it sounded good in a script. It didn't work on screen. It just happens. But then a lot of times you get the opposite, which is, what the hell are we making here? This is about a kid who is surviving alone on Christmas. You can't make a movie out of this. You know, no child actor is going to be able to carry a whole movie by himself. But then you get Home Alone. Somehow it worked. It's like, it's kind of magic. It's kind of magic that way. So, you know, I when I am the most harsh on creatives, it's not because they failed to make a good product. I understand, and I sympathize with creatives who tried something and failed. Christopher Nolan's Tenet comes to mind. I love Christopher Nolan. Tenet is a disaster. It's a disastrous film. However, I sympathize with Christopher Nolan. He tried something really ambitious with that movie, and it could have been awesome. I still think it could have been awesome, but it just didn't work. I don't understand what he was getting at in that movie, and that's part of the problem, right? There's a difference between that and just these arrogant wackos like Paul Schreiber, aka Buttface, who plays Master Chief, insulting us, the fans, and saying, well, you just don't understand what we're doing. You just don't understand what geniuses we are, and you're not. And it's like, screw you, man. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Halo existed for a long time before you came along and smashed your face into it. You know what I mean? Your weird-looking butt face. You smashed it all over Halo, and then you're going to tell me I don't understand what you're doing? Screw you. So that's where the animus comes from. The animus is you're arrogant, you're narcissistic, you're unprofessional. You're going to get it from the captain. That's just the rule. That's just the rule. It's like, yes. Programacion says, about Frozen Empire, I still don't see where Paul Rudd's character fits in at all. What does he provide to the family? He's comic relief, and you're right. He's a screwball, and that's annoying. Look, yes, Peter Venkman is a screwball character. The difference is Peter Venkman is also a talented scientist and a clever businessman. That's important. Ray Stantz is all dreamland. He is all scientist. He does not have the chops for business. He's so bad at business, Ray is, that he literally allows Peter Venkman to swindle him out of his nest egg so they can start the business. He gets him to sell his mother's house to finance the business. So Ray is a terrible businessman, but he's a very good scientist, and he's very likable. He's kind of like the marketing genius. He's personable. Ray understands marketing and branding. That's where he's actually pretty good at it. Egon is a total detached, he's practically autistic, right? Egon he doesn't know how to interact on a human level with people, but he's a genius at technology, right? So there you go. Those are all important factors in each of those characters. And what bothers me about Paul Rudd is, what does he bring to the table? Well, he's a geology teacher. Okay, fine. But what does that bring to the table of ghost busting? Like, basically nothing, you know? Funnily enough, I agree with Lucas from Stranger Things. I agree with him when he complains about everyone expecting him to be Winston because he's black. He's like, I don't want to be Winston. I'm Ray or something. And they're like, but you should be. He's like, oh, why? Because I'm black? And they're like, you can tell they kind of realize, okay, yeah, that's fair. but what's funny about it is they try and rationalize it by saying, well, everybody has to be one of the characters. And I actually really like Lucas's rebuttal in Stranger Things Season 2 when he basically says, but the problem is Winston joined the team late and he's not a scientist. I want to be a scientist. I'm like, I respect that. I very much respect that. Paul Rudd's character is not a scientist. The mother character, she's not a scientist. Finn Wolfhard, he's not even a particularly competent kid. Like, his character's not even really good at anything. He's not a good salesman. Like if Finn Wolfhard, if his character in Afterlife was like a boy wonder with, like, maybe he had like an online business or something, you know what I mean? Or he sold widgets out of the garage, or he was in a rock band, like, but something germane to being a Ghostbuster. I think that would help. Like, there is the character that has a podcast, but what does that have to do with ghostbusting? I don't know. Phoebe is really the only character in Ghostbusters Afterlife that, for me, works. She's the only one that works, and that's because she is the direct descendant, both genetically and intellectually, of Egon. And she also has that relationship with Egon's ghost, which I thought that was the real saving grace of the whole film. If it weren't for the presence of his ghost, I don't think that film would have worked at all. As it is, it's not my favorite. It's about a 7 out of 10 for me, is the Afterlife. Redoubt says, nah, I agree. As much as I enjoy the kids discovering and tinkering with the equipment, and that was a great fun and games moment of the movie, by the way, the movie kind of goes on autopilot with the main action as it's jumping the shark. And it was a rehash. It was a rehash of the plot. It was member berries. Let's face it. It's mostly member berries, that movie. Because all they do is a repeat of the Gozer plot. And although that's fun, when you really think about it, it's like, did that advance the story in any meaningful way? Not really. Not really. It was just it was a cover band. It was a cover band of the first movie. So I don't hate the Ghostbusters Afterlife. It was well-meaning. It was a well-meaning attempt. It just is, it doesn't quite work. There's just problems with it. I admire its heart, though. I admire that it has heart, and it seems to love the source material, and that gets a lot of respect from me. So, Programacion. I'm going to love that name. You got to make sure, you got to come back. Got to come back for the next Captain's Cast live every Sunday here on the Swords and Starships channel, YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter, because I am going to love saying Programacion. As much as he encourages kids to keep on participating, but this is not needed anymore, and mom's Venkman and the adult at the same time. I think the only way that Ghostbusters Afterlife works is to do the Stranger Things model, where we have like one or two really competent adults, and we have a couple of plucky kids, and the kids get in over their head. The adults take a while, but they finally realize the unimaginable, and then they come together at the end. And they are both necessary. They are both necessary. And the problem I have with Afterlife is that the adults just seem like they're there to either affirm and validate the kids or to be comic relief. And I think that's a bad use of the adult storyline. Royal Tea House says, I miss those days. Knight Rider was cool. Loved Kit the Car. Dude, yes, Knight Rider. That's another great example of a classic 80s show that's kind of, it's cheesy, but also delightful. You know, the A-Team, there's a kind of another classic. It's like, this is more of a 70s show, I think, but Mission Impossible, the original Mission Impossible TV show. Dude, shows had heart back then. Redoubt Production says, Ray, for your information, the interest rate alone for the first 5 years comes to $95,000. That's right. Oh, Ray is such a bad businessman. He totally gets swindled by Venkman. It's so funny. He gets totally swindled by Venkman. And Venkman is so good at just like, he's like, we are gonna do this, Ray, or whatever it is he's saying at the beginning. It's so funny. Dude, when you think about it, the whole story is that Venkman gets a wackadoodle idea that they're gonna go into business as Ghostbusters. It's an insane idea, and for some reason, Ray and Egon just go with it. And of course, I love when they're touring because they're dirt poor. Even after swindling Ray out of his only nest egg, even after swindling him, they still can't afford a proper place of business. So they are looking at at like this rundown firehouse that nobody wants to buy. And I love how Ray thinks it's fantastic. Venkman knows it's garbage. Venkman knows it's garbage, but he's pretending. He's trying to highball. He's trying to like lowball or high, what's the word I'm looking for? But he's trying to like negotiate a better price on it, you know, so he's pretending it's even worse than it is with the real estate agent. But then Ray just loves it. He's like a kid in a candy store. But I love when they ask Egon what his opinion is. And Egon is like, the neighborhood is like a demilitarized zone. The building should be condemned. And like one other thing, and it's like, we'll take it. We'll take it. It's so good. Yes, and the Discord. Yes, good point, Redoubt. Consider joining the Discord. Link is in the description. We're trying to get it going, you know. Trying to get it going. We're just building one exciting new audience member at a time. Redoubt Production says, call it faith. Oh, you've got the exact quote for me. Call it faith. Call it luck. Call it karma. I believe everything happens for a reason, Ray. I believe we were destined to be thrown out of this dump. Yeah, exactly. And that's how he swindles him out of his family house to finance this ridiculous. It's a ridiculous idea for a business. It's so funny, though. But I love the fact that when they fight the ghost, they get Slimer in the banquet hall in the hotel, and they get him in the trap, and they have trashed it. they have just trashed it. It's like the banquet hall in this 5-star hotel, and they come out and the hotel concierge, and they've got this smoking trap, and they're all covered in goo, and it's disgusting. And the guy's like, "Oh my god!" And the concierge of the hotel is like, "Oh, this is horrible." And they're like, and I love how Venkman just goes right into his best, just his greasiest, absolute like salesman racking up the bill. Well, the entrapment is going to cost you this, the storage fees are that, but we are running a special this month. They've never had a customer yet. They've never had a customer except Dana, but and he's like, we're running up this bill. He runs up this bill and he's like, so that's going to run you 5 big ones, 5,000, which was a lot of money back then. And the hotel guy's like, that's ridiculous. I'll never pay it. He's like, okay, well, we could just put that thing right back in there, can't we, Ray? Oh, yeah, we'll take a break. No, I'll pay it. Hilarious. Freaking great. Dude, why do I spend any time rehashing it? Because it's a comparison, It's a comparison to what we used to have in storytelling and what we have now. Because back then, those characters were very well defined. A lot of TV shows that I watch now, like Ahsoka, Secret Invasion, it's almost like they're all the same character. You know what I mean? It's almost like they're not even different people in these shows. They all agree on the message. They all act the same. They all talk the same. They all seem to just agree with each other. Like in Halo, it's a perfect example. When the guy is, for no reason, screaming out these villagers who apparently just want to stay and be glassed, which was odd. But this captain is like, if you do not comply with being evacuated to safety, I am authorized to gun you down. This is so stupid. It's so stupid. But anyway, it's like when Master Chief shows up and he says, what's the problem here? The captain is like, well, the problem is these people. And then he walks away. What? And then the Master Chief just echoes exactly what just happened. The guy just said, you guys have to leave, and they said no. And then Master Chief says, oh, okay, you guys have to leave. And they say no. And then he walks away. I'm like, what is this? The captain walks away, and then Chief just walks away. I'm like, why are we on this planet again? I'm sorry, show. I didn't catch that. Why did you say we're here again? And then the show's like, oh, I didn't. I'm like, oh, okay. My point is they're the same character. They're not even different people. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's amazing you look back at Ghostbusters and it's like Venkman is the businessman. He's the shyster. Egon is the autistic, brilliant genius scientist whose head's always in the clouds. And Ray is the kind of charming and likable, but overly eager scientist who just thinks everything is fun when he really shouldn't. He should take things more seriously. That's a really great trio of characters that are foils to each other and play off of each other. It's funny how they work well together, but they also annoy each other. Like, that's a really great element of their characters. They have these opposing poles in their personality. And I got Fu Man Blue in the Discord, and I got Readout. Let's see. Oh, yes, Ghost, but I cannot play that Readout. They will block my stream, and I'll have to clip it out anyway, so. But yeah, what else? The story never tells if Dana actually paid for the services, which I'm afraid she didn't. No, they do, Programacion. They do. Trust me, Ghostbusters was my #1 thing when I was a kid, and so I watched those movies on practically a loop. And they don't ever show her paying, but it's implied because there's the scene where they're eating takeout food, and Ray is just wolfing down some Chinese food, and then I think Venkman says, or someone says, this represents the last of the petty cash, and that was from Dana. That was Dana's fee for investigating her apartment. And then Ray says, slow down. Or no, I'm sorry. Venkman says, slow down, Ray. Chew your food. Right? Like, savor this. So they establish in that scene that they did get paid. But they're running out of money at that point. And that's when they get the job at the hotel. Oh, God damn. Yeah, I just went on that whole rant and Redoubt already said it. I feel like a total idiot. It's like Redoubt already explained this. Sorry, Redoubt. I didn't mean to step on you there. He says, yeah, this is the last of the petty cash that establishes it. And Programacion admits, or says, yes, you're right. Somehow I forgot that. Dude, stories used to be written with rock solid plots, man. Rock solid. Now, no movie's perfect. That's for sure. But, you know, it's amazing how rock solid some of the plotting was in movies back in the day. And you know, the thing is, you know, the film industry was generational knowledge being passed down from all the way back to the silent era of film. We're talking about a system of tribal knowledge that was being handed from one generation of filmmakers to the next down through history. And every great filmmaker, Spielberg, Tarantino, they all learned from someone before them. These were people that learned the hard way how to get things done on a film set, learned how to get special effects made with a micro budget. You know, these are the filmmakers that taught this knowledge. You know, the Blake Snyder beat sheet. This is a screenwriter. This is a screenwriter who figured out all these things. This is something screenwriters have been teaching other screenwriters for years and years and years, right? This is not a university industry. Like, you can go to a university to become a doctor or lawyer, and while technically you can go to a university to become a filmmaker, you can learn filmmaking. The only real way you learn to be a real filmmaker is from other filmmakers or by trial and error as a indie filmmaker. And what's incredible is the woke mind virus has severed that. The woke mind virus has severed that tradition. And what's happening is now the only people left are these woke loons who think good writing is another, you know, they think good writing boils down very simply to
Put a tick in it, make her gay. Fuck Indiana Jones, put a tick in it and make her name it gay.
And there you go. And they don't actually have good people teaching them how to actually do cinematography, how to do editing, how to do sound design. We are losing all of those art forms. Do you like this? Because all the people that would have been teaching them this stuff are getting fired, they're getting silenced, or they're just not getting jobs. They're just not getting jobs anymore. Chris Gore over at Film Threat, he'll bend your ear on this, even more than the captain will. So, Redoubt says, I love how we're talking about the two movies I know verbatim tonight, Twister and Ghostbusters. I know, ain't that perfect? Ain't that just excellent? All right, my dear. Okay, hang on. Captain's got to put it on a short break. I'll be right back. Hang on 1 second. We are back. Thank you, my dear audience, for that brief indulgence. We're actually about to land this bird for tonight. We've been going. We've had a good barn burner, and the chat has been keeping me occupied. Yes, pizza time. No, I know exactly. I had someone at the door, so I had to deal with that. So anyway, and I told him, go away. I am an artiste. I have a show to do. No, I'm just kidding. What is Redoubt is just having a great old time over in the Discord. Allowing me to watch Ghostbusters as young as 3 years old is one of the best decisions ever made by my parents. You know, it's a little scary, but you know what's so funny is I did not like scary movies as a kid back then. That movie did not scare me at all. I didn't even understand that could be a scary movie. Like, yes, the dogs were scary. Yes, Vigo was scary in the second one. But it's weird. Like, as a kid, it didn't bother me at all because I'm like, all I knew was that these are superheroes fighting the bad guy. That's all I knew. And I took those movies literally. Like, they were deadly serious to me as a kid. It's so funny. So anyway. Yes, we've had a great stream. We've had, you know, I love hanging out with you guys every Sunday. So grateful for everything. Thank you for the super chats, everybody. Thanks for all the amazing chats. I mean, I guess we're winding it down. Is that what we're doing? I guess we're winding it down. Where's my music? There it is. The Captain's Cast live every Sunday. We are here to, you know, we're here to hold the corporate entertainment overlords to account. We're here to remind the world that we are the ones that are curious. We are the ones that believe in possibilities. We are the ones that truly welcome all. Just don't be a dick, that's all. Nobody's gatekeeping anyone that's chill. You know, it's funny, it's like, lately I've had occasion to interact with people in my personal life that I probably think are very different from me politically, and their lifestyle choices are very different than mine. You know what's funny about it is, I talk to them, we laugh, we joke about things, and I realize that at the end of the day, we humans are all in this together. And the funny thing is, it's like the internet has a way of convincing us that we've all got a beef with each other, and we really don't. You know, if you really want to use different pronouns, honest to God, if you're not a dick about it, I'm not going to have an issue with you in IRL, okay? IRL, I'm never going to have an issue with you. It's like if you were like, oh, well, you know, I'm this or that. This is my name's not that, I go by this. That's fine. I may not agree with you, and I may have thoughts about it, and I'm entitled to that. But also, you're a human being. And I'm not going to be a dick to you because, let's face it, we all get enough of that in our lives. Nobody needs to have their troubles added to on this planet. And so that's what we're about. But what we will not do is bend the knee. If you come at me like you need me, you got to bend the knee like Gina Carano, it's like, well, beep, bop, boop. Beep, bop, boop. All right, chat, let's wrap it up. Let's land this bird. What do you say? I think we covered everything. I mean, the stack of stuff has always got more. There's always more I can do. But I think we're pretty much there. Oh, dude, what? Wrangler, are you trying to sneak what? You're trying to get the captain to stay, aren't you? A 420 super chat. Well, thank you, Wrangler. I appreciate that. I really do. That's a great little high note to end it on. Well, my dear sailors and starnauts, I am working on a lot behind the scenes. I know you haven't seen a lot of videos yet. I promise you, it is a problem I am working on. So we are going to grow this channel this year. I have big plans, and I am so grateful for all of you. I'm so grateful to hang out with you. It's so much fun to just be nerds again. And, you know, let our nerd flag fly. Well, that's the flag that's in my bio. I don't know what it is, but that's what it is. So get out there this week. Attack life. Life is an adventure. Have some fun. Wherever you are, there's enormous opportunity somewhere. So once again, until next time, until next Sunday, I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. This is the Captain's Cast. And until we meet again, my dear sailors and starnauts, always remember, I will see you, in the words of Q from Star Trek The Next Generation, out there